here we are. Okay, so we're down Zig this week because Callum betrayed us all. And probably because it was his birthday recently. So, happy birthday to him.
He betrayed us all, and it was his birthday. As if one weren't enough.
Right.
I didn't realise it was his birthday. I always forget what age he is. Good birthday, young man.
Yeah. Time will find you. Be warned. Yeah, so anyway, welcome to the Fragments of Eternity, that Starfinder game we sometimes play, for 89 sessions now. Welcome, session 89. It's the 15th of March, 2021. I'm Ryan, the GM. Here are the players that joined us.
Who's first?
You.
Me. Oh shit, I changed my name again. Apologies. Am I allowed to say that? TOS? Anyway, hello. I am Colin. Tonight I will be playing Lyco Quint. He's your sneaky, spooky, altogether, space cop, coast to coast. Yeah. There
Yep.
you go. There.
Oh.
Oh, you're quiet.
You're quiet.
Well.
Wow.
Here we are, the quiet boys.
You're welcome. I'm Nico, and I'm playing Zora, the vest captain. That was actually really hard to think about that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm Alex. I'll be playing Weird, the Android mechanic. And you can't prove I'm not a brain in a vat.
Sure.
Or arguably they are, to be fair.
How do we prove anything?
We don't.
What is proof? Baby,
Wait, I think I've got a book
don't
on this.
cite
Let's
me.
play.
Okay.
We only disprove in this household.
Calm down there, Popper.
Hey.
So, what do you remember from last time?
Fucking nothing, Ryan. My brain doesn't work. We were in the ship. We had a nice little chat. They fucked off.
Oh, yeah.
I've did D&D 3 days in a row since then, so my brain is...
I mean, these are life choices.
Still in the ship.
Yeah. I would recommend running a session on a Friday night and then waking up to run another session Saturday morning.
I have done this, and it's generally considered a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing it again this
Friday. It's worse if it's the same Friday. Game. That's where it's worse. If it's the same game, the same.
These are intertwined games in the same world.
Good luck.
Oh, there you go.
I make bad choices as a GM.
Yeah. I had debated. The Wednesday game was almost an intertwined game with my Friday game. I chose not to do that, and I am pleased with that decision. Every time I run those games.
Yeah.
I would have been interested to see how they intertwined given the different time periods.
Well,
they're right because they're like
fantasy fucking setting, man. Like time,
they have.
space,
I don't want to
that?
say anything too specific in case
well,
any of them watch this. We know
anything.
who you are. We don't know who you are. But there's a character who may or may not in future end up in a different context.
But more accurately, I'd just run it in the same timeline and then just have different things happen with different parts of the world, right?
That's cheating.
And then just have some of the content be created by the other campaign for me, and then they kind of run each other. Yeah, my original plan, just to go into it, is my good friend Robbie was looking to get into RP. Didn't like the idea of letting other people down because he's like, I might not make it every week. So I thought, I'll run you a solo game, and I was just going to have him do stuff like just slightly in the wake of the Friday game, so that then if anything ever happened and he wanted to play with other people, he could guest star in the Friday one, and it would all still be relevant context. That was quite a good idea for him, but alas, it was not to be, based on scheduling. But I thought it was quite a cool idea, just doing that. Callum was also going to run a wonderful Zigather. He was going to run a solo game through 13th Age, as an agent sent off to investigate all the bullshit you guys, Colin and Nico, got up to during the 13th Age game.
I got up to absolutely no bullshit, Ryan. I don't know.
Yeah, I done nothing.
Meow is all I'll say.
Yeah.
What
I
was the-
wasn't a fucking thunder owl
Yeah,
bear.
I think
Thunder
really-
Tiger Owl Bear, or whatever the
Yeah,
hell
I
it was
wasn't
called.
a thunder owl tiger bear. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fucking super colossal, ultra not much. Oh dear.
I
Anyway,
can't even see that.
what actually happened last time? Because we're talking shit, but that's not news, to be honest.
Like a hellspawn had nothing. Right. There was a lot of totty.
You said Toddy.
Totty. There was a lot of talky between Colin and Weird. There was some.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah,
What
because
was-
you did
what was
reverse
talking
Android. Reverse Android.
You say it wouldn't,
The reverse android. Yep.
the famous tale of the reverse android. Yeah. Yeah.
It's an REM
Power.
single, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't tell if he's coming towards you or away from you.
We were specifically discussing. Firstly, I went through to speak to him because I've been trying to find ways to narrow down potential ships which might have transported Emma O. Narakis. I always want to say
Yeah.
Narakis.
Yeah, no,
off
Emma
the
Onarakis.
planet. And I'd sort of whinnied down the list a bit, and I went to sort of consult with Weird, and he was in the midst of doing some dimensional modeling, I think, in order to hopefully. Well, I think it kind of gotten away from this at that point, but I think initially the hope had been to try and find out a way that they could reach CC.
Yes, and then we had forgot about that and was moving into the realm of creating brand new equipment until somebody pointed out he was supposed to be saving CC.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Quite frankly, poor CC left to his own devices, literally.
I mean, yeah,
He
that-
chose this.
Mhm.
he did do that to himself, to be fair.
To be fair, the captain approved.
Yeah, but
I approve of a lot.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Nico's RPCV at the top. I approve of a lot. Mistake number 1 through 7.
we should
You're
never-
not wrong.
That's fine. Star Wars will be
Um,
different this time round, right?
I mean, I'm in charge, so that's so weird.
You mean
Hey.
James in the Donway?
Yeah, Jen,
Mr.
for the
Donway.
Donway, sorry. Mr. the Donway.
A Corellian after your own heart.
Oh, some of us.
I
will sell it to someone.
names.
I still need to file my character sheet over.
Yeah.
But I'm getting a little bit frustrated at how they just so clearly incentivize sticking all your points in abilities
Stats.
for improvement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a shame
wish-
because you can't really do anything interesting at the early levels of that system, sorry. Because
Yeah.
you need talents and you need skill ranks, right? To
That's
really
a
function.
problem. You can either go
Yeah.
one way or the other. Like, you can either like have this amazing combat character, or you can have like this ridiculous, like just
Mhm.
everything it was character.
Honestly, I think the best split is probably like a 70-30 split, right? 70 on your stats, and then 30 on
Yeah.
like talents, because then you're actually a functioning person in the game at the start.
I just wish they just ring fence that, just so that you didn't feel when you see somebody else turn up at the table who's stuck it all into something else. You don't
Like
go, oh,
brawn
man.
form, brawler.
Yeah.
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 What do you do? And you just bark in Wookiee at you and you go, oh, I understand your
I think
entire
it's
character.
inherent problems, because you're always balancing out of combat stuff against combat stuff.
It can be tricky because obviously that's a game system that's a lot looser, just in general, the Genesis and Star Wars systems versus D&D, where D&D does have the ring-fenced system of you can't spend all of your character points at the start on being a combat monster. You spend all of your given stuff. You don't spend anything, right? In D&D.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a different beast altogether, sadly.
Yeah, just one small bit of ring fencing right at the start would make for a nice.
Yeah, this is your stat numbers. Here you go.
The one thing I can say about it, though, that I like over like stuff like D&D is just the fact that your base character, you can start with an actual believable character, like person.
Yes.
You know,
Oh,
Mhm.
I adore the FFG system compared to
Mm,
5e character creation
mhm.
because yeah, 5e wouldn't take long to work out the total number of viable combinations.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well, though, with the FFGs, like say for example Star Wars. Also, hello Scott, welcome to the chat,
Hello.
and
I'm
welcome to Save the Day. But yeah, I think the interesting thing is D&D gives you all your equipment, right? Because it's kind that way in 5e by this point. It's taken them a few versions to get that kind, but they managed it. And Star
It
Wars
just
is quite
means that
harsh.
the equipment irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. Star Wars is pretty fucking harsh, I think, when it comes to like the 500 credits and.
Does give you the option of the 5k though, right?
So no, it gives you the option of an extra 2.5, right? Okay, but so that's good. However, it is just painful by comparison to 10 XP though, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. I'm never
Uh-huh.
going to get 2.5k credits. 10 XP is fucking so good, man. It like gets you so much early game, man. Like,
Again, you're offered two options, one of which is a very temporary boost, and one of which is a fundamental change to where your character can reach.
Yeah, it's like
that's the way.
That's what I think. That's the one bit that strikes me as just like a. It's not bad. It's not even bad design. It's just a little bit feels bad if you want to take.
I think it's because you can fuck up character gen. I think that's why.
Yeah.
You can't really in D&D, right? You really can't. Like, even putting stats in the wrong places, as I have seen people do deliberately in games, they still make functional characters, right? Yes, yeah. Alexander, you were called out. Sorry, Alexander.
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways to fuck up.
Also, first of all, sorry, Scott, how dare you, right? How dare you?
Other than variant human.
Or you could choose the base ranger. You could, you could be one of the certain types of shitty monk, or
so most fighters and monks are pretty bad. Actually, most fighters and monks are pretty bad.
I mean, the fighters should just be changed to battle master, and then several subtypes of battle master,
like the warlord from 4th edition. Oh my god, it'd be so good. Anyway, like back to what we did last time. Anything else to recount?
I took a left to somewhere on Akaton. I can't remember where exactly.
North of Akaton. Yes, indeed. It was north of Booster City. I can't remember exactly where it was, but it's on a map somewhere. Yeah.
And what is a map?
I mean, true, right? And how can we prove such things?
Not the territory.
Let's have a look.
Well, that depends on your map projection.
Where are we?
I project all my maps into a one-to-one real world.
Fair.
They're not particularly useful or portable, but
it's just everything's VR helmets. It's all one-to-one scale. Like arguably trying to navigate somewhere is just the same as having to have travelled there anyway. So yeah, just for that realism.
UK government approved, waste of time.
So it was north of the Golden Bay.
Absolutely play that.
Okay.
It was like somewhere up here.
West of Elob.
Yeah, like it's somewhere in that area where it was just a big storage facility.
Yes.
I don't know what Utop is.
Supervillain lair.
Yeah. Well, that was in Booster City. If you want to have a supervillain lair, that was essentially where CC had a warehouse. This was like a big storage facility.
I forgot it was Booster City.
Yeah.
Which sounds like something from DC Comics.
It 100% does because of Booster Gold as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Same. So yeah, I think.
Was there a container?
Yeah, there was that. There was a container. There was somebody in the container. You broke quarantine.
Mr. Edgar. Mr. Edgar. He gave us the usual Zora, Dora, the usual crap. I told him to get the fucking the ship. Just kidding.
I
think his exact thing was, "Are we there yet?" Basically.
Yes.
I think it's actually are we there already. But yeah. Okay. And that's pretty much where we ended. I think was you guys with Edgar. On the pad itself. Did you add the money to it somewhere that you track money, Nico? Okay.
Yes, it's in my game manager. I always put my money in my game manager. I just forgot that it was
Much did you add?
because I've not pages. 45k? Was it 45?
Nice. Yeah, well done. Look at that. I'm so proud of you. So I took an 8 sessions.
To do my credits, I've not had credits for so long that I forgot that the actual screen existed.
I mean, to be fair though, like last time you did trade a whole fuck ton of dragon bones to get shit, so like money's
Yeah,
you know.
I can't remember the last time I dealt with money.
Yeah.
After realising I could just say that Ziggle the captain will pay for it.
Yeah.
I like the idea of looking and going, oh yeah, you like, we need to pay you with something. Looking around, checking inventory of weird items and assembly cubes, and then looking, it's like going, Zig, do you have money? Yeah,
It's a
do.
problem having money in this game than I've ever had in any other RP.
Yeah, probably. Like, you've had a lot of money actually in this game. To be fair.
Fair
I've pushed a good chunk of change as well, to be honest. I've not felt completely useless in the money.
It's because though, so economy-wise, right? Obviously, like plate mail in D&D is like 1,500 gold, which feels expensive at the time, but when a campaign's underway, that's nothing. But in this game, like stuff's expensive, right? Like good gear at your level is expensive.
A lot more part of the game. The weapons and
Mhm.
armor, like in fucking D&D,
Yeah.
is a catch-all. Right? You've got a catch-all that you put some prefixes and suffixes on them to make them fancy. Like fucking.
It's almost like a tag saying my character definitely has plate mail. So, like when you're trying to get an artist to draw it, and you just have to give them loads of keywords. Yeah, 5e's a lot more like that. To be fair, it's not as bad as some.
You've actually level-based gear, aren't you? So you've actually got to keep gear up to date.
Yeah,
For the most part.
like level appropriate gear you've been stung with in the past, because didn't that happen before with was it the dragon fight, the dragon glaive fight, I should say?
It was a combination of me fucking up because I forgot how sniper mechanics worked, which reduced my damage significantly, and also the fact that I do think we could have had slightly better gear.
I had Gabba's on level. I just had all fire weapons.
Yeah.
Well, that too. Yeah, because you had a
was
laser
just
pistol.
completely
I think
fucking.
it was like half of you had like under-geared stuff. The other, like obviously the dice luck hated Alex that particular week.
Yeah, but it didn't matter what equipment I had.
Like
Yeah.
dice...
Oh yeah, you were like you were just like a constant stream of plasma that couldn't hit.
Callum made very tactically bad decisions.
Cycling the ammo though.
Like he was bad at combat that week. He just forgot how attacks of opportunity worked against him.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 attacks.
So we had fire weapon ill-prepared captain. We had can no longer remember how to snipe properly Lyco. And then we had the bad luck rolls of so what like and the fight was meant to be tough, so it was already like a challenge anyway. Never mind the additional Yeah. But like this is the thing that's tricky though, because that's like a system needs to be not balanced around that level of shit, but that can happen, right? That level of misfortune. And it's tricky to get like a system that will cater for that without being super
If we
easy.
had like, see, if I had refreshed my knowledge of the sniper rules, because I usually use my my shorter range weapons, right? I usually use my pistols and my blades. If I'd refresh my memory with the sniper rules, if one of us had thought, wait, are dragons immune to lasers before we went on the quest? Well, yeah.
Yeah, good enough.
Those
there
two
definitely was a
things
point in
would
that
have
match.
increased the damage slightly, and that would have been enough for the dragon to have been killed. Because it was on the verge.
Yeah, I think it was like 1 or 2 hits away from death, like literally.
I think one good hit probably would have got it, yeah. Like one solid hit.
The first 2 hits I had done, I remember rolling well and I hit well, but it was all fire damage, and I was like, oh well, shit.
I recall told me at the time, Ryan, or at least heavily hinted at the time, that if I had chosen not to suppressing fire,
the
same dice roll would have killed it.
Yeah. Yep.
For which I felt quite stupid.
But again,
I thought I was
you
making
weren't
a
to know,
rational choice.
right? Yeah, like you weren't to know you did a good move ultimately. It was just with hindsight, not the best move you could have made. That was all. I don't know, the story was more interesting for it though, I think. Definitely. And I think it's been good to have that moment of going, we need to be a wee bit more on point with combat now, which was nice. Like you had to be a bit more.
Well, it was a reminder that like even a fairly powerful character who earlier on in the game could have 1v5 the party when we were when we were 5, she was not invincible, and we were up against things that could take her down, so maybe we need to be careful. So it wasn't a bad thing to be reminded of.
No, definitely not. And she did tank a lot as much as I could justify her tanking without it just being a bit cutscene esque, because yeah, aggro does happen, and obviously in between the in his face melee Escate and Zora, we definitely had the little medic scampering around between people, not really knowing what to do, instead of just mind thrusting the thing into oblivion as well.
Yeah, I think Callum wasn't as confident with his abilities.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think any of us were.
Mhm.
Um,
Because it was the first
because
biggest, toughest fight I think he's actually had. Because you had the big drow fight that was like an extended fight with a bunch of drow, and then you had the big weird demonic-y thing that was pulled out of all the bodies.
The fight feeds.
Yes, also you had that fiend fight in that office that one time.
Oh, and we had the was this before or after?
That was
the
actually
raid?
fucking
This was
brutal,
before
mate.
the
That was
raid.
such a brutal battle, man. Like, couldn't hit shit, and I was just getting critted left and right.
No, this was after the Raiders.
So
Because we left from Akaton, and that was when like the first thing. No, Verses. We left from Verses, and the Raiders were the first thing we encountered in Verses, right?
Yes.
So you went to
Went to
Versus
Vault
first,
after.
yes, and you went
Yeah.
to the vault after Versus, and then you went to Castroval to get the queen.
So if you
From
think
the
about like the previous encounter we had been against some little raiders who kind of didn't stand a chance, right?
Mhm.
That was correct. That was like a really easy fight, to be honest. I don't ever have
So
Callum like melted 5 of them or something, just be looking
yeah,
at them.
I did
It
some
was
shooting. I did some shooting.
it was horrible.
But no, Callum did good work there.
They weren't really like, they were not as what I would call challenging versus you guys, right? Like they were mostly here's something that will happen if you decide to just travel the solar wastes, right? Versus the one before that, which again was the one when you've got Callum back on the Drow throne ship, and you've got like the Radiant Supreme and stuff. That one was definitely like again a double two-staged one. That's when the solar egg was like taken initially.
They were the way I would think of them is almost like the sort of random encounters you get in a JRPG. Doesn't they're not about being challenging. They're just if you're wandering around the deserts of Og, you might wander into a tribe of desert barbarians.
I think
doesn't
Dragon
matter
Age
if
had
you're
that
level
as
1 or
well.
level 50.
Traveling between locations had a chance of like random encounters as well, and you would just be stopped randomly by like bandits or something.
I mean, it's a common thing. Like it's a trope that I think has a lot of use, and obviously you can do it much more naturally in an RPG than in a RPG game, like a video game that is.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the screen fade.
Yeah, the combat transition. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's definitely interesting. This as a system for balance, because I think this is where something like, say, the Fantasy Flight system of Genesis and Star Wars, when you get something new, like a new gun, it is a massive boon to the character, because it will probably have, well, just look at what Gib managed to do with his gun in Star Wars, Nico. Like the modifications he managed to like apply to it. Same with Steven and his dual wielding. I mean, it was always likely to crit because he'd got it with so many mods that gave him advantage, and then he had automatically enough advantage to buy a crit on every shot if it landed.
For the most part, they like land a crit. Like,
so that was good, because I think he reduced the crit like cost to 1, and then he always got a free advantage. So as long as he didn't have threat to buy off, he was always critting, which was nice. So yeah, like doing gear right in Star Wars and Genesis does make a big difference, and you can then be on par with like a crazy high-powered spell user if you've got
that's the whole
the
point.
Emancipator.
Like, that's kind of what you need to be if you're a like normal Humi or whatever, or a normie.
Yeah, a non-force sensitive user. Yeah.
Kind of need to just upgrade all your stuff. That's like where all the like crazy signature weapons and like flipping vehicles and all that crap comes into play, and all that stuff as well. Like,
Definitely.
like some ridiculous stuff. Like,
But then pulling it back to Starfinder, obviously.
yes, more Starfinder.
Let's look at goals. Tell me your goals, folks.
Wrong page. Wrong goals. There we go. Discover hand is easy.
Michael.
Still uncover how his electroencephalon came to be. Really quite get an answer from that when our Fred Zindio somewhat buggered off.
True. Weird. He's muted.
Oh no. I said I'm going to sell organs out the back of a spaceship.
True.
And Zig has acquired the Void Egg. I don't know if that'll get done this week, I'll be honest.
No, probably not.
Or any week.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Okay, what were some general goals? Tell me those.
We have deliver Edgar to Triaxis,
Mhm.
speak with Demagesh in Situation or Nocturne, remove Tiktalanus as Demagesh's ally. Gain
Gain!
your MO info. And ensure Weird removes Vest safeguard protocols. I might. So it's a. What is the point where you feel like you're swamped? Weird.
I'm fine. I can do whatever.
You've got many arms, right?
Mhm.
Like, that's what they're there for. Like,
And
cool.
legs.
Cool.
I can do it. Crawling up the ceiling.
Mhm.
Introduce a real sense of horror to this.
I'm starting to feel like a real captain, but it's only towards Weird.
Yeah. It's like, Weird, can you just be the rest of the crew for me? Thank you. Yep.
Give me the rest of their limbs and I'll do it.
Oh dear. You keep everything running in the background and we'll just send Lyco out to learn everything. Done. Sits with cup of Vesk brew. Yep.
It's like, you just fuck up time.
Like, fuck it up so much that it's like nothing ever happened in the first place.
Good.
If the answer is maybe, then I say yes.
Keep on going in a loop, I can never fail.
Oh, this is it, right? Oh, I've seen worse movie plots, that's for sure. Oh dear. Yeah, there's our goals. That's what we've got. These are the things that we believe in. So say we all. Yeah, so where do we open up then? Is it anything on the way back up to the final hour, or Zora, you tell me?
So, why are you in a box?
Okay, so we're just at the storage facility still?
I mean, probably in the way up, right?
Okay.
On the ship, probably, because I told her to get in the shuttle.
Mhm.
Right, so right.
Yeah, and I think, like, he kind of looks at you, I guess, and then, like, before you move off the place, and he goes, "You're not taking the container?"
Do you really need it?
And he kind of looks at you and kind of like, you know, as if debating whether or not to bring up a new subject or not, and then he just walks inside the container, picks up a briefcase.
All the accommodations that you ever need. I'd kind of sniggling at my brain.
Picks up a, suitcase, a big silver case thing, and then just walks towards you and goes, "I guess not then. Lead the way." He just smiles at you, cigarette hanging out his mouth. His e-cig, obviously.
Lead the way.
Tobacco free, kids. So, yeah. Yeah, and he boards the shuttle and he's going to start heading up to the final hour unless you have somewhere else to go.
Nope, back up to the final level. That's
Okay.
when I would put the question of why were you in a box?
And he's just sat there with like his feet up on one of the other seats, and just kind of like smoking away with his, cool Arctic air e-cig, and kind of looks at you and he goes, "You look different, Zora. What's happened since last I've seen you?"
I would check a bit and see if I've got like an extra pair of limbs or own blue eyes. No, everything looks fine here. You don't know what changed is.
He just takes another like drag of his.
Actually, I take that back. You do know what changing is. I'm the only one that doesn't know, apparently. And that's. Why did I do that?
Sarah has like a midlife crisis on the ship. Yeah.
But yeah,
good.
The box. Like you don't know there's like shuttles and things that take you places.
Kind of like, he like blows a ring with the vapor of the Arctic air, and he looks at you, And then he turns his head and puts his feet down and does that thing where he kind of sits forward like it's real chat now. And he says, "But I'd have to register a transport."
I'm sure there's some backhanded transports that you could do unregistered.
And then he just like gestures to you with two open arms and smiles.
But, like, in a box?
Because it was a very comfy box.
I mean, I was about to vent you into space. I hope you can, like, survive up there.
And he goes, well, you didn't, so we'll see.
Cool. So, Triaxis?
And then he kind of just looks at you and goes, yeah. Why?
Oh, come on. I've known each other for so long now, Edgar. You can tell me.
That's
Yeah.
the least trustworthy thing I've ever heard.
He just puts his e-cig back into his charger, his cigarette case, closes it over, tucks it into his jacket, and goes, "That's what I like about you, Zora. No bullshit." He just looks at you.
I would take that as a compliment.
He goes, "It was meant as one. You are my second favourite war hero, after all."
So, who is your first?
And he just grins.
What devil guess is it?
It's just like a
like
nice wee throwback comment from like fucking 80 sessions probably ago.
Yeah.
Probably.
The deep cut for
Yeah.
the real OGs.
Yeah, the true fans. Yep. And
It's probably his own favourite, right? Because he like supplied all the weapons and he considers himself a fucking war hero. Or
this
something,
was your
right?
exact wording you said
Hero
last time.
and criminal.
Probably it's just redawned on me that that's probably what he thinks.
Remember though, Colin, there were heroes on both sides. So.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh dear. So yeah, that was fine. Beyond that, the shuttle itself just makes its way, as I said, back through the atmosphere and starts to dock with the final hour. On board, anything happening on board the final hour? Yeah.
I was attempting to do more of the narrowing down. I don't know how much further I could have gotten in the meantime. So what would we? Sorry, winnowed it down to like 5,000. I want to say.
I think that's what we wrote down. Like, let me.
5,000.
Yeah, down to 5,000 on that specific day,
and
that was down from 500,000.
I don't know what else I could do to try and further narrow it down at the moment, to be honest with you. I don't really have any strong ideas, and I suspect the narrative is about to provide me with someone that could perhaps help.
I mean, it's
so I wanna
almost
see-
like an ex-employee might be turning up. So.
Yeah. I want to see that Lyko is working away at that and hitting a dead end. Probably. Unless, roll for figure it out, but I don't know what I'd be figuring it out based on.
Tell you what, roll Space Cop.
I'll roll Space Cop in a second because I forgot to open my character sheet.
Space Cop,
Also,
coast to
Nico
coast.
sorry, not Nico, sorry, Alex. Do you want to join us in
Some of my best friends of
the
characters.
game?
Oh!
Suppose I could.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
28,
I
which
knew
isn't
it was
actually a
camera.
good roll, but
Yeah, Jen and I roll a D20 for me.
what D20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You've eliminated 4.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But you have eliminated 4, so it is less.
He's been sort of going through
Now you
trying to use like every search term he can think of, and it's just too big a list.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. But as I said, it is still less to work with. It's just I think
just extrapolated to extrapolate more.
it's one of those things where the more I think because you're working on the best data you have to have narrowed it down from the 500,000 down to 5,000. I think now you're going to be doing that risky thing where if you start committing to different leaps of assumption, you might just be overlooking the thing you need to find.
Sure, yeah.
Just to lower numbers down without any like solid data to go forward on. But yeah, so You still like chip away at that because I mean, keep in mind, like managing to get rid of 4 results from the 5k is still good, right? It is still progress. It's just obviously going to be time-consuming work.
Very minor progress, but it is progress.
What about Weird? Anything he's been up to on board?
Yeah. I'd like to start working through the theoretical possibility of creating multiple access routes to my null space chamber.
Okay, from where?
I'll start building extra equipment.
Okay,
That can't be too hard, right?
so let's talk about what exactly the end result will be. Is this going to be like a Pokemon PC access? Or is
Yeah.
it okay?
Like a shared
A
bucket.
shared space, multiple keys.
Yep.
Okay. So you would like the ideally magical ender chests on your belts, so that
Yes.
technically all the crew could have access to crew space. Right? Obviously, I'm not saying that you would necessarily use it so altruistically. But yeah, okay. As long as I understand the goal, if that is what you want to try and
Yes.
do.
And I'll have obviously master override on all those devices.
Okay, obviously. Well, I think
So they don't get filled up with tinfoil.
you'd need another null space chamber to work with, right?
Yeah.
Initially. So if you're on it, you could try and acquire one of those, or if you wanted to just work on the, I don't know, the fucking Magitech software interface first, I guess you could just mess with your own null space chamber.
Yeah, I'll work on that first.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
would it be possible then if I can start working out what other people's null space chambers are to
Try
get my
and
access?
Which is a no space chamber. I'll buy you one.
Start
I'm a good
mentioning
chap.
hacking.
Null space.
right. So yeah, like I think you could learn to do that, but I think what you'd need to do is you'd need to learn how the null space chamber interface device and its respective demi-dimension, I guess, interact. So I think if you had access to more than one null space chamber, you could try and practice hacking into that without connecting them, right, first. If that made sense. Because I think you'd need to... There would be a correlation somewhere, right, in fucking hybrid device technology theory. So, yeah. Okay.
I should request 1% from the captain.
I mean, you do know though that the more you had, the easier this would be, because then you could do lots more control groups, as it were.
Yes.
Don't want me to buy a million fucking.
If you can give me a bucket of null space chamber, that'd be good.
How much is a null
Nobody.
space chamber?
I actually don't know how much they are offhand. No space. Was it in the core book or was it in the armory? I feel like it was.
It's cool.
Okay. So, a Mark 1, let's see. 3,050. 3,050 credits.
Three.
That's fine, I'll buy you two.
Yay.
That's a level 5. And a Mark 4, that was a Mark 1 I just read. A Mark 4 is an Actington level 17 and it is 25k.
You're not getting one of them.
How large is a Mark 4?
So remember they work on bulk. It can hold, let's see, you can close up to 200 bulk in this device's pocket space.
Amount, I have to say.
In a 12-foot cube. It can hold enough air for one medium creature or too small for a week. And is it the 3 you've got?
It is the 3 I've got.
Now, the interesting thing about the 3 is it is double the price of the 4, which is bizarre.
What?
Yeah. So I'm looking at Null Space Chamber Mark 3, 50k. Null Space Chamber Mark 4, 25k. What the fuck?
They,
I'm gonna go check my core printed book to see if
I
that's.
suspect they may have got them the wrong way around.
Let me have a look at my actual printed book because that's on the compendium on Roll20 that we've got.
let me
Let's
check my PDF.
to the books.
Review all of them.
Cross-referencing. I wish I knew what page is it on.
What is boots?
Hybrid items. So the North Space Chimp is supposed to be 250,000.
Okay. So is that for
Mark
the
IV.
the Mark IV?
Page 226. Yeah,
Okay.
they missed a zero on the
They
compendium.
definitely have. Well, I guess a lot of people that have managed that to get that past their GM have been very fortunate. If they've only been using the what do you call it on here.
So you said 25k, right, Ryan? I'll buy that, man. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but
It's when you get it and you realise it comes with like tenfold debt. You go, how? There was more debt inside the item. Wow, that's an oversight. Roll20, if you're listening, fix it. The end.
Stop being bad.
This one thing that we've discovered. Oh, well, he'll just sit there. Right, okay, so. Yeah. So at the moment, the one that you've got's 50k, and then that one should be 10 times the price. But the one you can hold is 100 bulk, with 9-foot cube. The survivability goes up from 2 days to a week between the two, which is kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. But like if he's just trying to like learn the fundamentals underneath the how to break into them, obviously it'll get more difficult the higher up it goes, but the fundamentals need to be understood first. So I don't like a Mark 1 would be fine to mess with, ideally. Okay, anyway, so that's a thing you can look into, but that's definitely something you can do. And if you want to start doing the theory work now, if you want to do some engineering and mysticism rolls for me, one of each, we'll see how we're doing. Maybe just a physical sciences for good measure.
There's my character sheet.
I prefer bad measure. I don't know why I did Dave Chappelle's white guy voice there, but there you go.
Mm-hmm.
okay, if you laugh, so it's fine.
Oh man.
One of them was likely to be bad. Okay.
Why is that?
This is kind of perfect though, right? Roll-wise, because the things you're good at just instinctively versus the thing that's a bit harder to grasp.
Yeah, I'm just checking whether I get a. No, doesn't matter.
It's okay, even if we're adding the computer in, I don't mind if we even added 2 to all of those, do you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, no, I was wondering whether one of my theme backgrounds would let me reroll something or other. So,
what is your current theme?
Tempered Pilgrim.
Good. I was like, that's the one that was in my head, but I'm like, is that still it? Good. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mess with that.
Good.
Although,
I like it.
The biotechnician or whatever it was would have also worked.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I like my languages.
Oh yeah. Just languages, yes.
Yeah.
So with that, I think you can build models of everything that would make sense for everything that makes sense to Weird currently, but there's obviously some kind of a component to this that doesn't make sense that maybe Zig would have an insight to.
Wow. Typical Callum.
Mm-hmm. On that one day he can't be here.
You just had to take a day off.
Yup.
You go sun yourself and
The solarium. Yeah. Yup. But anyway.
really shame.
Just another form of wormholes, I do them.
Yeah, sure.
If you look at it from a certain perspective, everything is a form of wormhole.
You're
Either
right.
open
You're fucking right, man. I've been saying it all along.
Oh dear. Anyway, so I think we've got Lyco in his office pulling up the conspiracy hologram. We've got of just different timelines of ships and their flight paths, and he's got a pitch like a holographic representation of Akaton, and then it like zooms out and it's got all like the flight path lines, all 5,000 of them, as he's trying to like whittle away some of the threads. Mm-hmm. It's good. And then we've got a Weird in the, I was going to say the map room, which just feels like that's what it should be called now, but the conference room, the briefing room, the big holo table, as he does something very similar but tries to be piecing together various threads to work out how to crack interdimensional travel. and how to steal from other people's null space chambers.
And magnets.
And magnets. Magnets are actually the key to the entire game.
There you go.
Let's see. That's a secret of Viridian.
Big new lead, guys.
Mhm.
Count it.
Regardless of that, though, the shuttle docks. Obviously, somebody hears an alarm somewhere, probably you, Lyko. Just to say that there's, a shuttle docked again, because I feel like the ship would tell somebody that's on board. It doesn't just let strangers park. And yeah, people are back on board, I guess. Do you greet them in the shuttle bay, or do you just?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably still footing around with a comm pad.
Yeah, downloading your preferences and setting it to dark mode and other various things. And then you've got
unless it's red, I don't read it in dark.
And then you've got obviously Zig, who passes you by, stowing his equipment narratively off camera.
We interact in an off-camera capacity.
Yep. Look at how present everybody is. And Alice emerges and walks around the shuttle docking bay and sees you, Lyko, finger guns you, and then just says, yeah, and she walks up to you, Lyko, just about to pass you by, and then she kind of like says mostly to you, she tilts her head into you as she's passing you and goes, "We have a new crew member," and just kind of like goes, "Ha!" as she walks past, and then obviously your glorious captain emerges.
Don't listen to her. It's not crew member. I'm just
sorry. And then just sort of wait dejectedly.
Yeah, I like the idea. Is like, he just walks past you, and then you kind of turn and see like Alice in the distance, and then the captain following up, and then you turn back around and you just see Edgar standing there and going, "Lyko, Quint!" And then he puts his arms out for like a hug.
Huh. I offer him my hand instead.
And then he looks at it and he goes, "Okay." And then he shakes your hand and he goes, holds up his like kind of silver case, and he goes, "Where can I stow this? It's probably best to keep it somewhere secure."
We have rooms. You probably could be given one. I'll have to check the plan to confirm that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can assign him a room.
They're secure as you need.
Is any brain speak?
Lyko isn't part of it.
No, remember? We had this issue last time.
Everybody, including Sindale, is part of it though.
What brings you aboard, Edgar?
Oh, well, Bob, right?
Yeah, we've
that face you pull, Edgar just nods deeply, like
was too polite to say anything, but yeah.
And like Edgar just nods knowingly, going, "Yeah, can you see why I did more business than him? I think we can." And he gestures to like his fancy suit, and then he says, "Regardless, he has ways of getting things from A to B that people won't look at twice because they don't want to even bring up his photo ID. So, luckily, I thought, I'm very unlikely to travel using a rival, as it were. Maybe once a rival, at least. And really need to go see my old boss." And he just kind of smiles.
You're looking for MO.
Yeah.
It's interesting because she was on World not long ago.
World? Which world? Akaton?
Exactly. I, in fact, have been trying to track her. I suspect she's probably left. She communicated with me to try and arrange a meeting, but I'm not too eager to look at that just yet.
He kind of like leans back a little bit, like, He goes, "She wants to meet with you."
Uh, there was a situation on Akaton. I needed to deal with her to gain access to something. So
Why does it feel like you've sold your soul, Lyko?
all this talk of souls lately. Yeah,
It gives you a look like what?
there was a doorway, some sort of, I don't know if it was an extra dimensional space or some sort of teleportation device in the place of where you no doubt have heard during your time in Akaton, down ship, the down Eoxian ship that is.
He looks at you and goes, no?
Huh. Well, there was one, and now there isn't. But there was
Oh.
a doorway in its place. A number of hired goons belonging to MO were milling about. Had to deal with her to get through. She wanted readings. It was quite impossible to take any readings, so I don't have any to give her. But she'll want to speak to me, just to confirm that I survived. Since she wasn't willing to go through herself, she probably doesn't have a clue what was actually on the other side. So whether or not she has specific plans regarding it, I don't know. But she want to know what it was.
Hmm. He kind of like looks around the
Anyway.
room and he goes, that sounds like it was quite the adventure.
Yeah.
There's almost like no interest, like in his voice when he says that, and then he kind of holds up his case again and goes, this might blow up if it gets hit by like a ship grade weapon, shall we say. And he just hands you the case.
We'll make sure to keep it somewhere.
This is a Vesk ship, put it in, I don't know, like a bootlocker or something, right? They must have built them tough. And he kind of winks and goes, keeps the smell in, you know?
Can I... What is it?
It's a bomb. And he like puts his like hands like as if steepled onto it and goes, a gift for my old boss.
Right. Is it a specific kind of gift that we need to worry about any other complications of?
No.
Okay.
Just don't let something hit it.
I will make sure it's secure.
He just nods.
That, perhaps we can help each other. If you are looking for MO, so am I.
Well, good. Great minds and all. And he just smiles.
Looks at the case.
Yeah.
I'll get a secure place for this.
He just puts like his hands in like his pockets and goes, good. Where's the food place?
I gesture in the appropriate direction.
Yeah. And then he just starts walking off. Yeah.
Look at the case again, and then I will go and find... I'm not sure where exactly the most appropriate place to put that is.
I mean, you could dump it in the armory if you wanted. That is at least locks properly.
Yeah, and presumably is fairly secure just in case of ammunition detonations and what have you. I would do that.
Yeah. That or keep it in the shuttle and you could just void the shuttle, right? I mean, there's that option too, I suppose. But
I suppose my thinking is that because the shuttle will probably be a relatively accessible part of the ship, it might be more... I don't want to use the word, but it's the word that comes to mind, pregnable.
Yeah.
So I think like armory makes a lot of sense. You don't want stuff going off in the armory and blowing the whole ship up, so it's probably fairly durable.
Yeah. Which is pretty much why I handed it off to you and just like, I'm sure you know the ship better than I do.
I'm anticipating if this does go up, wherever it is, the ship's going down, but my hope is that it will be more insulated from outside the fire.
Yeah. At least he was upfront about it, right?
I appreciate the the directness. So having done that, I will go to the bridge.
Yeah. I think on the way to the bridge you pass Edgar kind of standing outside the mess hall. The door's sealed in you, and he goes, "Ah, Quint. Ship wouldn't let me in."
Thought it was still an automatic. Finn?
And Finn appears and goes, Lyko.
Hey, could you give Edgar here access?
Which level? Guest privileges?
Let's say guest privilege. That
And
seems
then,
reasonable.
he looks at Edgar, who just like smiles briefly and then lets his face drop back again. And Finn says, "Anything else?"
That's all, thank you.
Excellent. Then he blinks out again. Then the doors just open behind Edgar and it kind of startles him a little bit. And he just goes, "Obliged." Quint nods and then just like takes a step backwards into the kind of canteen and turns and starts whistling away to himself as he goes off to get something to
I
eat.
continue on to the bridge.
Yeah. Right, so we head to the bridge. Zora, is that where you went?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, why
I was
not?
going to see Weird actually, but
I mean, you could have went to see Weird if you wanted. Let's go there first then. We'll go there
Yeah.
while they were
yeah,
talking.
sure. Why not? Yeah.
Right, so do you know where Weird is, or are you going to ask him?
No, I'll. In fact, I don't need to go. I'll go to the bridge. Well, I brain speak to Beards, right? Because I can brain speak to Beards.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Remember, you can't only brain speak to one person though. It's everybody or nobody.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Weird. Oh
Captain.
fuck. Alice is in this brain speak, isn't she?
So is Sindale.
She's probably going to take this badly, but can you can you double check all the ship and see if there's anything nasty that Dimigesh could like take all the ship? You know, since we're probably going to go speak to him soon and hopefully cross him at some point.
You want to make sure that he doesn't have control over the ship's functions,
Exactly.
or have planted a bomb,
Exactly.
or hidden some Vesk in
Exactly.
an air vent.
Vesk in the air vents is. I love the concept of it just being a Vesk that stands in a corridor holding a giant grate in front of them and just turning to face the crew whenever they're walking by.
Oh, chameleons. Well, they're obviously like just chameleon variants, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, just blend in with the colour and go right style.
Might I suggest that I begin on the technological review of matters, and we have everyone else get on their hands and knees and search under tables for bombs.
Is that what you suggest?
Well, it'd be quicker if it was more than one person. Captain.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, about like and mechanics and stuff, you know, I don't know about that. You just want me to break a ship?
No, I'm not suggesting you start taking things apart. Just looking around for anything that looks suspicious. You know, putting Lyco into the vents and whatnot.
I mean, I can't fit in events, right? Probably should be like,
I mean, yeah, it probably should, and he can't hear this, but he would be offended.
I mean, most likely it should be Zig, right? That goes through vents, if we're honest.
Yeah, but guess who's
Yeah.
narratively excused?
Why is it the one session you can think of loads of stuff for Zig to do?
We just really need a tunnel mystic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because he's already.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Alice does say. Also weird.
Yes.
So, I did check for other Miis on board. Do you find any other Miis? That they're probably bad.
Why are you concerned about other U's?
I wasn't. It was the captain.
Why is the captain concerned about other Alice's?
I mean, like other safeguard protocols. She called herself MEs. Because
Okay.
there was that safeguard protocol before station. You're not safeguard protocol anymore, Alice, by the way. So you know.
No, I'm the first of the officers now.
Exactly.
Did we hang
Did you
up
see you'd
or?
gone to the bridge while we were doing this, by
Yes.
the way?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like waving my hand in front of
Yeah.
your face at this point.
Oh,
Captain?
what? What? Brain speak. Sorry.
Yeah, we perhaps have to look into that. The new guest, just to make you aware, he has brought a bomb on board.
Did I ask him about the case?
No.
Why did you? Probably just turned around at that point if I knew it was a bomb, so that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, if I were him, I wouldn't have told you about the bomb either. The bomb is currently in the armory. My thinking is that it's probably the best place to absorb outer shock. So let's hope we don't get too badly damaged at any point soon.
So I don't suppose he told you what the use of this bomb is.
According to his statements, he intends it for his former employer.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm trying to track her at the moment, so I think we can use to each other.
For once, it's no something I disagree with.
Well, we knew there was plenty of bad blood there, so I'm not entirely surprised. I'm gonna see if he can assist me in tracking her, but were you not supposed to be taking him to a specific location?
Triaxis, apparently.
So presumably he thinks Triaxis is where she's going. Okay.
Uh,
I start looking at my pad intently again.
show up with the big bone ship, and Super Colossal Ultra nut. Was that what happened?
What was what?
Did she show up with the Super Colossal Ultra?
Oh yeah.
Right. I mean, makes sense. That's where the Oxine fleet is, right? She did show up with them. Maybe she's. Why are they working with her? If so,
I have no idea, Kath.
maybe we should ask Edgar that.
Maybe we should. He is in the mess hall at the moment.
I would turn around. One moment.
He's just screen wiped to the mess hall then.
Yeah. So Edgar.
He looks up from like 2 empty yogurt pots and he's on a third. Zora!
Heard about the bomb.
Don't worry. Lyco stowed it away. He kind of like winks
It's
at
fine.
you.
It's fine. For once, I agree with you.
Hey, look at that. And he's just on the third yogurt.
Why is Emma Hager about with the Oxy Bone fleet?
He goes, so we're at that point, are we? Well, have a seat. And he gestures to like the other side of the canteen
I would
seat.
nod.
I think after a moment, I'm probably going to join the captain here.
Yeah, like he's can
You
both
did
be
tell me
here.
to wait, but I only have so much patience.
I like to believe that it's like wait, but you're just leaning with your back against the door frame anyway. You can just walk in if you wanted at this point and sit down. And he goes, well, Zora, there comes a time in every arms dealer's life when they have to have the chat. And he puts his his hand on the back of yours.
I'm having this chat early. I haven't even started arms dealing yet.
And he looks up at you and he goes, MO needs to die.
I would nod.
He just kind of nods and closes his eyes solemnly. Because if she doesn't, I'll die.
Oh, she really needs to die.
And he goes, aha! Like,
But
he goes,
seriously,
no.
the Oxys.
He's like, I mean, between the two of us, who has been more useful to you? Narakis or your boy? And he gestures to himself.
I was little Aiko.
I mean, I can't say that I have any particular issue with her, and it's more that she keeps on getting in our way, and Edgar doesn't so much.
I mean, I don't know.
fact,
She
she's been
got in the
helpful.
way. She offered me a moon. She showed up in a diner and got blown up. Like,
She's trying to take something we very much need.
yeah, I mean, I'm jesting. She needs to die. I mean,
And like Edgar shrugs. He's like, "See, I've never tried to take anything from you guys. I've only ever gave."
probably
She
just
is
got used in multiple different situations.
She is a difficult person to put an end to, I would say.
And he nods and points at
I'm
Lyko.
curious,
Nods.
how do you intend to make sure this particular bomb does the job for good?
I kind of just we'll get to that. That's a second discussion. The first one.
Sure.
And he points to Zora. So, you have no problem helping me kill MO.
If I mean, yeah, why not? Sure. Like, this is not out in character, by the way. Like, I'm just trying to think. Do I actually want to help him kill MO? But yeah, why not? Fuck it. It's probably Galaxy's probably better off.
So, how much of that's in character?
The last part of the Galaxy's probably better off.
And he goes, "See, this is why I hired you guys. Such promise. Didn't exactly predict all the middle bits, but you know, here we are, right?" He just smiles again and looks between the two of you. So, I can tell yous have spent a long time making a lot of good friends, and he looks around the Vesk warship yous have. And he's like, "So, you deliver me to Triaxis, I deliver the bomb to MO, and we all go on our merry way. Sounds good. Yeah."
Good. But do you know anything about why she's with the Oxine fleet?
And he goes, "Yes. So, the Corpse Fleet and Aspis Consortium have some unofficial business contracts. Or at least they did when I worked for them." And he's saying this like, you know, some lawyer blowing the whistle like a complete scumbag. Not that whistleblowing makes you a scumbag, just that this guy is a scumbag who is whistleblowing.
All agreed.
And then he says, "So, probably something in the fine print there, between the Corpse Fleet, which I believe good old Techie is in charge of now." And he's looking between the two of you like, "You don't seem that shocked by any of this, so I feel like you already knew this."
Yeah, just wondered why everyone was singing about the Corpse Fleet part. That was the only part that was adding up.
Okay. So, what do you know about that, then? What am I missing?
She was able to gain access to a steward vessel despite arriving in a Corpse Fleet vessel, so that was interesting.
Officially, the
Diplomatic
Corpse
status
Fleet
and-
are not at war with the Pact Worlds. Officially.
Yeah. Nonetheless, it's fishy. She has some political pull, clearly. I'm not surprised, considering the power of your organization or your former organization.
I think he probably rolls his eyes at that, right? The former part, because, yeah, obviously he misses having the influence he probably did have.
And the money from
And they scream, yeah.
And she has this relationship with Corpse Fleet, therefore Tectalanis, and therefore Eox in general at the moment, considering his prominence. And there is some sort of relationship between Tectalanis and Molgesh, and alliance of convenience, perhaps. How stable that is, I don't know. But
I think when you say that, he looks at Zora and goes, "How do you feel about that?"
Well, I mean, I'm pretty much in an alliance of convenience right now as well, so.
And he goes, "Hey, Lyko isn't that bad."
I was thought about it. Not even Edgar, to be honest.
Yeah, but he's gonna take it that way, right? He doesn't know you've signed up to Demogesh. He's not allowed to
Don't tell
metagame.
him.
Well, I mean, he's probably playing the same game I'm.
Kind of like goes. How do you mean? I've had cards
Well-
that be on the table.
Well, I mean, I guess I've kind of, I would like finger quote as the Vescal of it. Sold my soul to Demogesh as well, but
That's
Ah.
how you've got this. And he waves his finger around at the ship.
oh no, that's from my other boss. Old boss. I've got a lot of pull on the Viscarian, by the way.
Huh. Like automatically, like his hand goes into like his jacket. He pulls out like his cigarette case and opens the back of it and pulls out a holographic card and hands it to you and goes, "If we both survive this bullshit," and he hands you his business card.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we both don't survive this shit.
He just
Or
laughs and then he just like pulls an e-cig out, puts it in his mouth, and offers both of you.
I would wave it off.
you know what? I'll take one.
There,
Thank
that's
you.
the of the black little kind of e-cig thing that you get out. And yeah, it is that Arctic chill kind of refreshing taste you get out of it.
So you're headed to Triaxis, so we can only assume she's headed to Triaxis. But
Well, her office is on Triaxis.
Oh, is that where I was that time?
Oh, you've been there. Why did this
Uh,
take so long to get this far? He just like looks around as if I can't believe the conversation took this long.
It was not long after you got kidnapped by goblins.
And he kind of like immediately like winces and like waves your hand off. And he goes, "You know, there are some things I wish you didn't remember. So maybe it is best both of us don't make it out of this, whatever this
What was
is."
his race again? What was his race called again?
Edgar.
Aye. Edgar's race.
I actually posted it in the chat. Let's see if I can. Did I put it in Roll20? I feel like it would have been Roll20 I put it in, if it was anywhere. But maybe I didn't. Maybe it was. Yeah, I definitely did post it though. Because I remember this came up not that long ago. No, it's in. I'll just post it in Roll20 again. The Breerveth.
Cool. I mean, you'll need to tell me how a Breervath gets captured by goblins sometime.
He just laughs and he says, "Well, as soon as your goblin-inflicted injuries heal," and he takes a big drag from his cigarette, I'll have that drink with you."
I would stick up. I'd not stick up.
Oh dear.
um,
I feel like a Breervath's just so much better. Omnipotent feeling.
Yeah.
so as amused as I am by goblin anecdotes, I would like to look over some data with you because I've been trying to track ships leaving Akaton, and I figured, much as you have, she probably wouldn't want to leave through the official of channels.
Interesting.
Uh,
Big entrance,
I've
quiet
narrowed
exit. And he looks at you like with a raised eyebrow.
Sorry?
And he says, "Interesting. Big entrance, quiet exit." And he kind of like gives you like a funny look with like a raised eyebrow.
I don't think he's particularly eager to be traceable at the moment. Hence her not being traceable at the moment. But as I say, she did contact me. Sure, that's an avenue we can pursue. But first of all, it might be worth trying to figure out if she did indeed head Triaxis. She could have business elsewhere. I've narrowed it down to 4,996 potential flights.
He goes, okay. It doesn't seem as bad as it could have been. And he looks at you and he goes, so, alcohol. He taps the table, like almost like with a habit. He goes, do we have any on board?
I looked at the captain.
I don't think we did, do we?
I don't know. I don't think you do. Do you? I don't know. Like the captain's quarters on this might have something, right?
Let me go and check.
None of us are really the biggest drinkers.
Do you want to roll a d20 for me?
Cool. Slash. Oops.
Nah, I don't think there is any alcohol, sadly, in the captain's quarters.
Come back and I would shrug. Nah, sorry.
Because, so, we should go down for some supplies then, and we can get stuck into this project.
Yeah. Is there something I missed? What project have we talked about the Triaxis thing?
Trying to figure out where she went.
He wants to narrow down his search results. Yeah, I'd like to make sure she is on there.
Well,
if she's not, where else she could be.
We need supplies, sure. What I'm going to do first is try and figure out if she's headed exactly where you thought she was. And I'm going to look at those numbers again and see how many of them were headed to Triaxis if they logged like a destination, which I'm assuming they probably.
So, yeah, I'll get that in 2 wee seconds. For yourself there, Zora, I want to say it was you that logged the call to the Azure Flare, or was it?
Yes, it was.
It was you, yeah. I think Finn appears and says, Captain, there has been a reply.
Oh.
And like he just acknowledges the company, and that's why he's being vague.
From Azure Flare?
Indeed. Would you like it written here, or would you like it in private?
Send me the text.
Of course. And he just blinks out, and then you get like a beep on your wrist. Has it.
Great AI. The Vesker. Good with that kind of thing. Surprised how good, actually.
They kind of like Edgar, I think, nods to that and goes, They have they're very good at focusing on tasks and perfecting an art. The Veskar, not to be underestimated, it's probably their biggest skill, I would say. Their best advantage. And he kind of just grins at you and says, people see them as mindless killing machines, but they're so much more intricate than that. He's saying it like as if he's incredibly like appreciative of the culture, right? But he's most listening that kind of like between Lyko and him, like.
Yeah. Well, I've never thought of them as mindless. Maybe single-minded.
But that's the beauty of it. The single-minded focus to so many different fields, and kind of like, you know. I imagine had they not stolen drift technology, they may have given us something far more interesting. And he kind of looks at you like almost like a, doesn't that suck? We don't get to see that.
Thermals, probably.
Right? just almost like Queen Solarians, you know, where they just rip open space. Yep. Just keep feeding them skittermanders to fuel them, yeah. But yeah, so in text form, it's from the Azure Flare, it's from Thanida, and it says that in an interest of keeping things safer, certain assets safer, that is, they have relocated to a more original location. And that's all it says.
Probably Castaval. Okay.
I would have thought so.
That's what I'm taking.
Or the vaults.
Like Castroval, sorry.
It definitely doesn't state where, for obvious reasons. It was sent over, like, you know, space comms, so.
I'm taking that as Castroval.
Yeah, it's not the worst. It's definitely not the worst. uh, welcome, Thyra Nishandra. And yes, I was actually playing Mass Effect earlier today. What a wonderful, wonderful species, the Solarians. But anyway, sorry, carry on. So yeah, it's not a million miles away to think Castroval is probably where she means, yeah.
Cool. Right, I've got a good idea where she is. So, do we get this supply run done before? That was the thing, right? We need supplies, right?
Edgar's nodding emphatically. Like, yeah.
Uh,
Who are you sending? I'll write them a list.
I mean, probably go up the slobbery man again, right? I've probably got the best rapport with him.
And he goes, sure.
If we need those kind of supplies. But...
And he goes like, I don't know what you guys need to deal with whatever you need to deal with on Triaxis, but I need lots of alcohol and whatever these yogurts are, them.
Okay. Right. Do you see you're doing something, Lyco?
You could send
yeah,
Zig, who is a pilot, by the way.
Yeah, can Zig just give me a pilot down? Just
might be worth sending
that's easy
someone
enough for
with
somebody that's not.
And so that he doesn't get kidnapped and sold into rats like for things.
Or like
Not
become the
very
Osoke Messiah here.
The
Yeah.
Sophie. Yeah, I was gonna try and see if I could narrow it down based on destination with Axis in mind. So is that another space cop role?
I know what it is me working out the likely destinations for every planet.
No.
So you can roll Space Cop though, we'll see how that goes.
I like not my best role.
Okay. I need to do some very quick maths now. Let's see. You have 714 results left.
Okay, 714.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
I will say something to that effect aloud. 714 journeys with stated destination.
So it's unknown destinations and stated.
Alright. So 714 was
everything else you have got rid of was not a stated Triaxis or unknown destination.
Right, yeah.
You've scrapped those results.
Yeah.
But it's up to you. If you want to cut out the unknowns, you can as well. But that wouldn't give you the answer you actually asked for.
No.
Yeah.
So 714 potential Triaxis, or at least not stated a different destination.
So, there are 714 results you have factored in, and in that circle includes ones that state Triaxis and ones that state no destination.
Yeah. So the ones that state Triaxis and ones that don't state elsewhere.
Correct. Exactly.
So 714, I will say then, potentially, or at least not indicating elsewhere.
Which is not bad from 500,000.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. And I'll sort of list off to him some of the adjustments I've made so far. Not adjustment, but some of the sort of filtering, I suppose, that I've done so far. Like I factored in things that established Aspis patterns or general smuggling patterns and blah blah blah. And after all this, I've narrowed it down to 714. And so I'll ask him, is there anything else that you know about our travel patterns that I haven't considered?
And Edgar looks at you and says, she doesn't like travelling. So that's why she had people to do that for her. and I was one of those people that found people like you to be the outreach, as it were. But if something needs done and she thinks it would look good for the consortium, she'll do it. That's why I respected her, you know?
Okay. So you do think she would personally attend an important meeting, for instance? So it is worth continuing at least. She doesn't like traveling. Does she have any particular, I don't know, phobias or concerns? Any kind of ships that she would avoid using?
He kind of like screws up his face and he goes, I mean, shared spaces, I guess. But he kind of like taps on your results and says, I see you've filtered those out already.
Yeah, I've tried to as much as possible.
And kind of just nods and says, yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to get this list down. And hey, we might not even need it.
Yeah, she may well just be headed for Akaton. We could meet her there, but
Traxxas, yeah.
Traxxas, sorry, if or I could respond to the email. We could turn up her office. There are options.
To be fair, yeah, like he sits back and goes, you could just ask for a meeting and then give her the suitcase. Huh.
Oh, I could, but that's a considerable risk.
He looks you up and down and goes, I mean, you died before, right?
Correct. It's not something I'm eager to repeat.
And he goes, not even once, not even for me. And he kind of like grins.
I have repeated it once recently, and I'm not eager to repeat it again.
Like his face immediately screws up and goes, huh. And he just leans back and takes a draw on his e-cig, and he goes, well, that's a story.
For another time, yeah.
And he just goes, yeah, it seems like a lot of these stories are for another time. I only hope we can get the chance to actually have these chats. Maybe.
Oh, live in hope. She is a problem for just about everyone who encounters her, but she is not the most pressing problem in the universe. I hate to sound dramatic, but much as we would like her out the road, we kind of have bigger things to focus on.
Okay, anything I can help with? Because then that way you can get to my problems.
Well. So, here's the question. How the fuck do you explain any of this? How much of the previous timeline do you remember?
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, you know what we'll start with? Well, first of all, we're trying to disrupt the alliance between Tectolanis and Demoga.
Okay. Why are they allied?
Tectolanis' case, I'm less certain, but presumably because his intentions towards the rest of the Pack Roads are not good. The obvious reason for Demogesh is that having an ally within the Pact Roads renders the Pact Roads vulnerable. They're only as a united front are we capable of standing against the Viscarium. If we're divided, and some of us are even on the side of the Viscarium, and especially as powerful a force as Eox, diminished as they are, it changes the calculus dramatically. If Demogesh wants to conquer the Pact Worlds, then with Eox turned to his side, it's doable.
Edgar then grins painfully and leans back and goes, how much do you know about waves vaguely? Space history, posturing, all that sort?
I'm not the resident expert. Looks at the captain.
Yeah.
All too well in the courts.
Edgar looks pained at that idea and goes, no, not your boring stories. This. And then he goes, so we have the Pact Worlds, the agreements between the Pact Worlds. And he's like trying to like work out where to start himself. And he goes, waving his e-cig as the vapors trace in the air. You've got the Bone Sages that signed up first. But not all of them wanted to sign.
Yeah.
And one of them pushed for it. And that created the split. Hence the Corpse Fleet. And even within the ones that did sign though, they weren't all happy. They just didn't necessarily agree with the Corpse Fleet. You know, I try not to think too much about how they think. And he waves vaguely as if that's undesirable.
I'm not surprised that there are others that are sympathetic to the Corpse Fleet's approach.
And he goes, And keep in mind, the ones that stayed and did sign under protest didn't leave, and they could have. So they don't agree with the Corpse Fleet as such. And he kind of looks at them and goes, or looks at you both and goes, the Bone Sage in charge of the Corpse Fleet is not progressive, is maybe the best word to use, and he nods at both. He's kind of like side-eyeing Zora a little bit when he says that. He says, the Viscarium are mighty, he says, choosing his word carefully. And in an all-out fight between the Pact Worlds and the Viscarium, if the Eoxians did nothing, the Viscarium would have it easy. If the Eoxians took a stand, the Viscarium don't win. He kind of looks at you both.
The question isn't even really one of whether or not the Eoxians side with.
It's poker, Lyko. The Eoxians are the bluff. Doesn't matter if they would side with them or not, it's the idea that the Vesk would fear them kept them away. And then, would you believe it, a miracle! The Swarm. So none of us had to care.
There are other outside factors that are worth considering.
He kind of like waves vaguely and goes, yeah, there's thousands, but these are the main key points here. Pact Worlds and the Eoxians, and he puts like his hands in each other, and he goes, that symbiotic relationship, if you will, has kept us safe. We no longer have that, and the stewards have no power currently in the face of a united Viscarium and Eoxian alliance.
Yeah, we noticed that.
And then he kind of looks at you both and then like charges his e-cig again, puts it into his case and closes it with a very deliberate click of the case and says, the Eoxians might do quite well for quite a while against the combined Pact Worlds and Viscarium, by the way. He's looking between the two of you. I doubt they'd win overall, but I don't know if what would be left of us.
They wouldn't win. That's a worst case scenario for everyone. They're divided internally.
I say as I know you might have loyalties, and he finds it quite funny because he's looking between the two of you deliberately when he's talking about the Eoxians and the Viscarium.
I'm going to interrupt him. Oh, I've never been accused of having loyalties.
And then he does that thing where he gestures between the two of you, like we're like, you know, kindred spirits without saying anything. He just closes his eyes and gestures between the two of you.
The Eoxians are under existential threat, though. That's the thing.
Ah, yes,
The
you're
more I
purple
think
man.
about it, the more this. Sorry,
He says, ah, yes, you're purple man.
the Illyrian. The more I think about it, the more I see this as a situation which is, well, the beneficiaries are in almost any circumstances going to be the best.
He kind of like gives you like a two thumbs up, Zora.
Well, I mean, been taking steps to.
We ask him. Sorry.
Hopefully, we'll be taking steps to at least lessen all these blows. Kind
Yeah.
of like the Ico because I'm not saying much else.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think Edgar's just looking to too. They're like, what the fuck does that mean? Like,
exactly.
I was wondering. I really can't recall. Did we ask him about the bomb before? Not the bomb. The bioweapon.
don't think so. I don't recall that conversation. So if it happened, it's now lost to time or a previous session.
Yeah. Okay. So I just ask him directly. Did Aspis ever develop a bioweapon the Vesker immune?
Galaxy goes, probably 5. Why?
One that animates the dead.
Oh. No. I've not been with Aspis for a while. But. Scratches his chin a little bit.
We encountered such a weapon under extremely strange circumstances. Vesk involvement seemed to be purely to help, and as far as we can ascertain, that has been confirmed, but still haven't been able to interview any witnesses directly. The weapon is ineffective against Vesk, but appeared to be effective against a number of Pact World species. It's animated and crystallized bodies. Quite unpleasant, really.
He kind of just raises an eyebrow and goes, crystallized?
Yeah. It sort of turned their insides into crystalline substance, which could later try and recombine with itself, like the weapon was bodies almost to reduce.
Like
Quite
black crystals.
red, but I
Red,
can see what you're thinking of.
Huh. To my knowledge, we have never built a bioweapon for the Veskarium. He looks at you and then to Zora. But I'm not saying we haven't been approached before. Huh.
What about this? You haven't built a bioweapon like that for the Viscarium. Okay. But what if you build for the Corpse Fleet?
He kind of laughs and he goes, the corpse fleet tend not to need bullets, as it were. I know you're not inquiring about a bullet, but Aspis Consortium is... We generally find contracts that support the efforts against the corpse fleet specifically. Given their unwillingness to, kind of like as if he's struggling for the words, differentiate targets.
But not Tectalanus himself, who is officially on the side of the Black Worlds.
Correct. Tectalanus is head of the Bone Sages in the Pact. Currently.
The bodies animated by weapon were some form of semi-intelligent undead, quite ferocious. They were also... he looks around for Zig, doesn't spot him. They were also able to be influenced by our resident mystic,
Hmm.
which, well, if Sig can control them, I would bet that a bone sage could. And so we have a weapon that doesn't hurt Vesk, that creates temporary powerful soldiers that a bone sage could control. You can see why I would be wondering if it was perhaps something that
It-
Texalanet had looked into.
Kind of nods and he goes, hmm. Interesting.
It gets weirder.
And he puts his hand up and he goes, if I could get into my old office. He kind of like says that as vaguely as you can imagine. I could find out who inquired initially. And he's like, definitely like
Okay.
hand over his face, like he's struggling to remember.
I like this idea.
And he's like, somebody did inquire. Long time ago. Kind of nods, kind of to himself.
Sounds like maybe we do have more reason to do Emma O first. Yeah, might have thought.
She has the elevator.
Grant access. The elevator, presumably based on our experience back on the station. I'm guessing that some of the levels it takes you to are not physically in the same place.
Oh no. And he kind of like shakes his head as if, of course not. He says, if I can get access to her office, I can get access to my office. My old office, I guess. So,
Captain?
yeah, and he like just kind of like goes, to you, Zora, when he says captain.
What was your office in Triaxis as well?
He just looks back to you, Lyko.
No, but we can access it from there potentially.
True. Our office is probably everybody's office. Makes sense.
Kind of rolls his eyes again, and he goes, no, the elevator goes to my office. But
It goes to a number of different places. It's not
Vamos.
an actual elevator. Yeah, well, probably.
As well, I mean, sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think he's right. Yeah.
Edgar smiles.
The
Goes,
weird
wonderful.
thing that I was going to mention. What do you know about the Greys?
He looks at you, and it's like, huh. Where are those supplies? He looks around.
I'm serious. The strange thing was that in the ship there was accidentally infected with the bioweapon. Lyko says that in such a manner that you can draw the conclusion quite easily that he is not convinced it was accidental.
It's a lot of very
actually convinced it wasn't. But
a lot of key statements as well, right? In that sentence alone.
Was well, when we came on board after dealing with the first handful of the animated bodies, we stumbled into some Greys, who tried to attack us mentally, and as far as I know, I think one of them might have gone down, but we couldn't find a body. As far as we know, they just walked out through the walls of the ship.
Huh. He looks between the two of you. He's like, so we have the undying dead man, and we have the most famous war hero. And this is something that happens to you every day?
Such a pride team day, to be honest, probably.
It was a tough fight, but to be honest, it was more the animated bodies with the crystals. I got hit quite a few times. It wasn't pleasant.
Huh.
Greys just kind of made my head hurt. Tried to shoot me a couple of times. Yeah. He says that as if, we've been there.
And I think like Edgar he closes his mouth finally, right, and then he says, Not that I owe them any loyalty anymore, but the Aspis Consortium have had dealings with the Greys.
Son of a bitch.
Not many.
Not you.
Not
Not
had
specifically.
He shrugs like, meh. He's like,
So,
yeah.
I'm gonna assume it wasn't them that asked for the weapon to be used, but they probably knew about it.
Well, he kind of like scratches the back of his head and he's like, they weren't interested in acquiring our tech. They were interested in comparing their tech with our tech. So they paid a lot of money to get access to a lot of research material about the weapon capabilities of, they say, everyday packed worlder. He shrugs vaguely at whatever the fuck that means.
So does that mean they might have started that on the ship as an experiment?
He looks at it and he goes, if this bioweapon user chasing was by the Greys, he shrugs and goes, why would they care about the Viscarium? He kind of narrows his eyes.
It's only allegedly like doesn't affect Vesk as well, right? We've not actually tested that theory.
You volunteering? He just grins.
I mean, I didn't want to volunteer at the time, so mine hasn't changed.
What was her name? What was your former / other boss? What's her name again?
What?
Matva?
Matva, yes.
The Event Horizon herself? Is that who you meant?
Yeah.
Yes.
What about Matfa? What?
Matfa Narala. Let's go find her name. Let's go get it because she has a full name. Varala Nellis, I believe it is.
Or something like that.
You know what? Fuck that. And like who's gonna say the Event Horizon? The Event Horizon. There was her men that.
There you go. Varala Nellis.
Again, was her what?
It was her troops, right? It was her men that boarded.
Yeah, it was. I'm not.
I think Edgar starts tapping, like on the bottom of his chin, and then he rolls a d20. And he goes, Farrell Ellis. That was the name. And he just looks at both of you, and then that's where we go to break.
Yeah.
So.
BRB.
Yep, BRB folks, back in 10 minutes. Okay.
Jam was a really good show.
So, welcome back to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, Session 89, Part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. There are players that are involved, but it is the 15th of March, 2021. Some of those players I mentioned earlier.
Hello. This is one of those aforementioned players, specifically Colin, and I will be playing Lyco Quint, your sneaky, spooky, altogether cookie, base cop. The
Nico.
Oh, that's me, Blair. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. Right. Hello.
Hello.
And welcome back. I'm Nico. And I'm
Yep.
playing Zora, the Vest Captain. The order of all things.
Hello.
Hello.
Alex. Are we playing Weird, the android mechanic? During the break,
Alex.
a puppy fell asleep on me.
Okay. Nice.
She's just zonked out.
Cozy.
And I will be very careful.
Okay. That's our intros, folks. So yeah, what's Weird up to during all this? While they're chatting away in the mess hall.
I suppose he'll have started rooting through the computers and all of the various places that people could be hiding bombs, looking for engine blocks. Yeah, starts on that task the captain gave him because he's a good boy.
So,
Good.
that sounds like two different tasks. That sounds like the task the captain gave you and the task you gave back to the crew. Because there was one that was about the safeguard protocols, and there's the one where you're like, can people look under stuff for bombs? So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not doing that particular bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Look at the engine blocks. And,
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah, do you want to roll programming? Yes, programming computers for me.
Computers.
We'll see how well you do it.
Puppy's woken. Ow! Ow! The teeth are awake. 35. Ow! How's that?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just hoping that you're gonna survive this ordeal on your side.
Good vision. Don't worry, she's now rolled over and gone back to sleep.
Ah,
This is kind of how life goes right now.
this is a ruse.
Oh, no, back to biting.
She's like, stop bloody talking. I'm trying to sleep here, man.
She seems to just want to hold my hand in her mouth and then go to sleep.
Fair. It's like a comfort
Kind
thing.
of cool.
Yeah. Or just so they don't bite their own
More
tongue during a
she
night.
didn't have sharp teeth.
Yeah. Could get tooth caps for them, right? You know? A mouth guard.
Mouth guard, yeah.
But yeah, you start pouring through the, computer systems. It's probably going to take you a while to like root through everything, but yeah, you've definitely made a damn good start on that. You can definitely see a lot of the ships are designed to just be taken over by like Vesk High Command, quite frankly. Yeah, they've obviously been designed. Everything's been designed with like recall devices and shit like that, where the AI would just fly it back to a location it needed to go to. So yeah, it's quite efficient, to be fair, the way the ship's been designed. If all the crew were gone, they could still recall their assets.
Can I replace every instance of Vesk High Command with my own computer?
But where all the ships just go back to your own computer?
Yeah, just hey, I now have the button to return the ship to me, please.
You can definitely have a go at it, yes. Return to sender function, yes, indeed.
Yep.
So get the Elvis protocols on board. But yeah, you'll take some time to work through it all, but I don't see why you couldn't like reprogram a lot of that shit. Yeah, I think that's well within your capabilities. Just you would
So
just
I can
give
do
the computer
priority pickup from now on.
Yeah, exactly. You go, I'll push the button, and by the time the ship gets the code, it'll come to me. Yeah, let's see why not.
Yeah,
but,
that'd be perfect.
Yeah. Right. Team Edgar then.
Edgar.
Yeah.
Um,
Hi-oh. Yep. Right. What's happening?
So, Spy Run. I'm going to the lift.
As I said,
wait, hold on. Sorry.
Mhm.
no,
You're
go.
not going to react to what you just said.
Wait, what did you say actually again? Oh, yeah. Yes, that's the name. My bad.
And he goes, okay, now I know the Vesk aren't necessarily known for their speed, but
Wow.
and he looks at you, Lyko. Come on, cop.
Yeah, Captain, your boss was always sort of our boss was always our number one suspect. Everything seemed to check out, but
Let's go back to the suspect list, actually.
well, it was her, Demogesh, Tectolanis, the Greys,
On
inside
the-
job.
On a scale of how many Lykos were they suspicious? So
I did create a Lyco skill, that's true.
we have the 4 Lykos of suspicion for Demogesh.
Oh, she wasn't the prime suspect.
We have 3 Lykos of suspicion for Madfa.
I don't think she was my prime, right? I think I said if there was any one of them that would do it, it would be her, right? If there was any of the Vesk, it would do it, it'd be her.
We've got the 2 Lykos for Babak, 3 Lykos for Tectolanis, 1 Lyko for the Greys, none for Himani, 2 Lykos and a Zig for Edgar. 1
Yeah.
Lyko for Zig, 4 for MO Aspis. So MO and
Yeah,
Demogesh
yeah.
were
Well,
the
I
top
mean,
tier, and obviously
We'd
Lantaral.
already had we by that point realised that it was very likely to be an Aspis construction because they're like the couriers.
You're
I think
unsure.
that's why Aspis were in 4.
I think they were also on 4 because they're Aspis, right? Like mostly because they're awful. They are stealers of space. But yeah, so Matfa was up there, and the reasons obviously given were the fact that she's in charge of the Vesk dodgy stuff division. She's also
Yeah, I suppose I should rephrase though from our prime suspects. Like, she was our first suspect. You did say if anyone within Scarium would be involved in a project like this.
It would be her. It doesn't surprise me. Like I said, she does the things that our Vesk would be too
Honorable.
Yeah, hubris to say about. It's not a word, but I just made it.
Hubris.
Okay.
That's the word. I think that's the word anyway.
What one?
unless
Sorry, I
made
never
that
heard it. I just heard him laughing.
up. I was saying hubristic, unless I've also made that word up.
I've not heard it, but it doesn't mean it's not a word. Hubristic.
So here's the thing that interests me. If she did, in fact, have a hand in the creation of this, then it is very, very likely that it was, in fact, her testing it. That would be true even if it weren't her men that then recovered the infected. Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine. You can say that.
that's how the order of events. Before the
It's an easy
situation
build-up.
unfolded on board, the Greys probably interjected at that point. Okay, fair enough. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense.
Edgar leans in
is
and goes,
that-
I think I'm missing a couple of chapters here. And he just looks between the two of you.
Probably. Ask away if there's anything
he goes,
you think you need to know.
So you just found some kind of bioweapon on a steward ship?
Correct.
And the Vesk, Aspis and the Greys were involved?
Correct.
He just sits back. Carry on.
Normal day, like I said.
He just looks at you like raised eyebrows.
Lately, this does seem to be how our jobs go.
Genuinely a normal day.
He looks at you
Also-
both and goes, I guess I didn't pay you guys enough then.
I think we've upped our game a little as well.
I
The,
don't know, man. I mean, the fucking station was pretty. that's probably one of the wackiest ones. Like,
that was pretty cool. I mean, we did some impressive shit, admittedly. But anyway, Captain, Admiral, Captain.
Still not going to get used to that.
If anyone within the Viscarium we agreed would have the capacity or the inclination, it would be her. But what's the motive? Obviously, I'll sort of gesture to both of them, and that's like sort of going like putting my hand out to say like, yes, I know the obvious one. Obviously, yeah, bioweapon. You want to test it? Could test it anywhere. Didn't have to be a steward vessel. That could have been a complete accident. They could genuinely have picked it up on the way to their intended destination. But somehow that doesn't strike me as likely. Which suggests that this attack was deliberately targeted, probably because they wanted to get a handle on its combat usefulness. One thing, testing it in a lab environment. I would guess that the Vesk would be eager to test it against the people they expect to use it against. Which suggests to me that it would be used by the person most eager to reignite the war between the Vesk and the Pact Worlds, which would be Mogash. Officially,
Don't kid yourself. Matva would.
she would
start the
if
war
she
up
thought
if
it was
she
the
could.
right time, but she doesn't, unless she actually does. Kevin, have you
She
considered the
doesn't,
possibility
but-
that your bosses are actually working together?
I think Edgar will laugh at that, right? Because he doesn't believe that, right? He's just gonna laugh because the idea of the two hands of the Viscarium ever clasping.
Yeah, obviously by their very nature they should be rivals, and they are. But what if they invented an ideological battle? Battle between those who want war with the Pact Worlds no matter what, and those who think we have to wait until the time is right and defeat the Swarm and all that crap. What if she is only posing as the moderate, and in actual fact they are completely on the same page, but they know you wouldn't be.
One factor as well is this is a completely different time for the Viscarium. Like before, we were always pushing forward, always conquering, always gaining something. There was never anything to be unhappy about. But
You're stagnating without new
now,
conquests.
the Pact World failed. Well, not failed, just got put on hold. We're fighting a war on different fronts. We're not losing ground, but we're not gaining ground, and that's got to affect something. And that could cause perhaps the hands to, what was it, clasp?
I kind of goes. He just like raises his eyebrow and like tilts his head as if, yeah, that'll do, you know, without saying anything. Then he just exhales and he goes, okay. So this ship, this Vesk ship, given to you by, and he looks at you, Zora, like, which hand?
Tend to interchange, but the Matva kind.
Okay. So this is an Obsidian starship. He points at like the ship itself and he goes, oh. Interesting. And you now work for, let me guess, you signed back up to Mogesh, you said?
Mostly for information needs.
He goes, okay. Demogesh is allied with Tectolanis. And you're saying MO travelled in a corpse fleet ship?
Odd.
Interesting. The corpse fleet aren't allied with anything currently. They're a wild card, as such. They could.
Like, odd.
Sorry.
They would be seen in the same site as the Vesk without kicking up something.
But so you said Narak has turned up on one of these ships above Akaton. Akaton has no laws, so if it drifted there and out, that's fine. Arguably, the Pact World can do nothing. Absalom isn't here to enforce anything. So, the stewards, are they going to pick a fight with it? You're telling me they didn't. Okay. And he kind of like, it gives you a look like, yeah, nobody wants that, right? And then he says, so, the Corpse Fleet they have no loyalty to anyone except old Eox. And that's arguable now because they've lived in space for so long. So, if they could be maneuvered into starting something, it gives whoever is pushing them justification. And you're saying this bioweapon, creates undead. Not just undead, but malleable undead.
Yep.
And he kind of just like nods, wide-eyed. Huh. Who would benefit most from this situation, do you think? And he just sits back and puts like his hands behind his head and stares at the ceiling.
You're suggesting that the fact that it creates undead might not be intended to benefit the Corpse Fleet or Atlantis, but actually to frame them. That makes sense.
And he goes, if I had this weapon, yeah, sure, it frames them, but what if I just wanted them involved anyway? What if...
It would be to them, gives them soldiers.
Sweet fire with fire, almost.
Yeah, and if your enemy is the fire, and you're using flamethrowers, you're kind of doing their job.
Fire, but yeah,
He laughs.
That's true.
And he says, well, flamethrowers don't sell as well as you'd think in space.
I've never really seen much use for them. They're
They're inefficient.
And he kind of just nods to himself mostly.
Breaking this.
And he kind of looks at it and goes, so, who do you think made this weapon, and why? Because it sounds like the Vesk and the undead benefit, regardless. So who benefits from them benefiting, if not them?
If she approached you first, then presumably Matfa Matfa Vrelis?
Vrala Nellis.
Vrala Nellis. Matfa Vrala Nellis saw a potential benefit in either instigating a battle between the Corpse Fleet or Eox and the rest of the Pact Worlds, or in aiding the Eoxians or their Corpse Fleet subgroup. Either way, this suggests a long game involving the Eoxians, but it has to have come from Garia. There's no way that she approaches you about this and then someone else executes, unless they're already working.
Okay, he's in deep thought as well, like he's trying to piece it together. And then he looks at you, Zora, and he says, where would they strike first, if they were attacking the Pact Worlds?
Absolutely.
Doesn't
Have a
exist
better
anymore.
laugh, you know.
And who would be the best people to blame it on?
Oh, that's interesting. You're suggesting that Absalom's downfall may have been a part of this plan, but Absalom's downfall was related to Librian.
Was it now?
His activities. He stole the. Was it Starstone?
Yeah.
He stole the Starstone. Right?
Huh. Is that why it points to Octurne?
I believe so.
Huh. Interesting.
But the only people who would have known about him. Oh, yeah.
And he just looks at you
Sembo
like,
is working with
uh-huh.
them then, of course. Because you guys had him, so anyone who's eventually know about him.
He waves his hand and he goes, officially an off-the-books research station, unaffiliated with the Aspis Consortium, may or may not have had this Librian, air quotes.
I think like that Lyko recites from memory at this point the coordinates.
Uh-huh.
So, how did you manage to procure that thing anyway? I suppose you'd happen to know.
He holds up like his lapels of his jacket and he goes, does this look like a lab coat to you?
I seem to know a lot of things. I thought it might have been something interesting. You give us a job.
And he looks at both of you and goes, I clearly know nothing based on what you have told me. And he's like,
You've been out of the loop for a while, but you weren't out of the loop when they acquired him.
no, but he kind of like fidgets with like the side of his mouth a little bit as if he was going to like lift a cigarette out of it that isn't there. And then he kind of just like scratches his chin a bit and he goes, I was in charge of you know, acquisitions. And he kind of looks at
Acquire him?
he laughs and goes, I made sure that place was funded and I dealt with abstract supplies, shall we say. Doesn't mean to say I approved any of their projects.
If it didn't come through you, it had to come straight from the top. This wasn't some random researcher's pet project. This must have been MO.
And who would be very interested in a Librian, I wonder? MO sees opportunity. Well, he'd probably call her Narakis. Narakis sees opportunity.
Cynthia must have known it was going to happen. That's what confuses me. He already knew he went back there. So he already knew what happened there.
Like, Edgar shakes his head and goes, I feel we're skipping chapters again.
Sindale is Bone Sage.
I know of Sindale.
Probably the foremost voice for joining, in fact, the first voice for joining the pack.
First signature on the pack word signature, yes. Everybody knows this. He waves that off vaguely.
Also, destroyed or taken off the board for a time. By
some people assume he destroyed Absalom.
People assume a lot of things about the Bone Sages. Understandably, they're strange and horrifyingly powerful.
He rolls his eyes.
But he did not do anything to Absalom, as you probably know.
He goes, I don't know that for definite, but I'm willing to take it on, so let's say faith for now. You were saying the Librian had something to do with the demise of Sindale?
Sindale
Are they the
was in
same?
prison.
Sindale is just an evolution of an Librian, right?
Evolution isn't how he would see it.
Hmm.
He's been dead a long time, but take it from me, you don't get any less conscious of the fact that you're not alive anymore. And I am considerably less not alive than he was. That's a sentence, isn't it?
Yeah, things you can say through character journeys.
Fucking, oh my lord.
I've died twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
God bless Sarah Michelle Gellar. So yeah, like, having said that, I'm like, he has. To cut a long story short, they were never particularly happy with having to exist in their current state. He would see it as unfortunate that he was no longer a Libra.
Okay. So we're assuming this Librian that survived woke up to an unfamiliar time and what? Took revenge for something, or just doesn't like what he's seen, or like
Unfortunately, it seems to have some problem with the undead, or at least its own kind being turned into. So that makes it very hard to know.
He
Where
kind of
it
nods
fits.
and goes, "Okay." And he looks at you, Zora, and goes, "You weren't that well. You're a Pact popular, but you're not Vesk popular, right?
Yep.
Why is that?"
Cause essentially in an effort to save a mission, I ended up saving a bunch of your politicians instead.
He kind of shrugs, like,
It didn't. Yeah, Best didn't really take too kind to it,
so you were
So
unvesk.
shark cap.
but demeriting it would defest them, so put them in a predicament.
You're probably the reason the war ends.
Yep.
Like, Edgar probably like shrugs and kind of nods, going, "Yeah, probably, actually."
And they're extremely ambivalent about that. They know it makes you valuable, but they would much rather the war had ended when they won it.
Would nod. Kind of by accident forced their hand into ending it.
And Ken stares at you a bit and goes, "Huh. I don't imagine that won you many friends in the Viscarium, despite your
Absolutely not.
heroics." So, if you woke up, who knows how many years from now, and the Vesk were all, how to say, less Vesk than you'd be proud of. He kind of nods, vaguely. Wouldn't you be a bit put out by this new culture that you disagreed with? I wonder if this happened to this Librian. Woke up and didn't recognize his people.
Shock to the system, that's for sure.
It was hells. I imagine when you woke up, Lyko, even your own reflection didn't quite give you the comfort it once did.
Yeah, there was an adjustment period.
Maybe our Librian is still finding this adjustment period.
I've learned a little bit of Eoxian since. Obviously, he'll be speaking older version, but I understand Eoxian is a fairly conservative language on account of the air quotes lifespan of its speakers.
He laughs and he goes, "You could say it's a dead language."
Mhm.
He rolls his eyes.
I said dead. You hear that,
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
Terrible. The most soberest conversation on the ship.
He woke up, found his people in what he would see as degraded and probably horrific form. He's obviously a being of immense power. What he was when he was a normal elite, he clearly isn't now. He's some sort of psychic being. What he was before, I don't know, and how he came into Aspas's hands, I don't know if we'll ever know. Maybe once we get to the offices, but clearly he had some mechanism that allowed him to survive, which would make him valuable. The
Kinda.
question I have is,
Edgar like nods at that and goes, "Well, if he's the only one left, the Libyans were." He takes like a big deep breath, as if trying to like think about stuff, and he goes, "Oh, they're old, like space old." He looks back at both of you, and goes, "They travelled the stars when most people were still working out rocks or handy as tools, and yeah, there was always rumours they were all, interlinked. So if he was part of this link,
It would be all concentrated in him now.
he kind of like shrugs, like, maybe. Rumours, though.
Of course. The only thing that whoever, let's say that his intervention was dissipated. The only people I could think of who could possibly intimidate it would be the Bone Sages themselves, but he is a threat to them. Except maybe Tectalanis. I don't know what abilities are. I don't know. They all seem to have unique abilities. They're all powerful necromancers, but well, Ramasethu has some sort of bizarre memory control thing, where it's not clear whether you're actually speaking to her or just remembering that you recently did, or it's very, very disconcerting. Sendel, well, he definitely can time travel a bit.
Like, Edgar just goes like, okay, like, like taking in information. He goes, to my knowledge, which my audio seems vastly inferior to your recent adventures, shall we say. Tectalanis, his art, if you will, was maneuvering, and it kind of like shrugs, and then just does like a, two fingers walking along the table, and then just like lifts them up and sits them down about a foot away, as if, teleporting.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, memory, time, space, he shrugs.
Oh. Concerned then.
He narrows his eyes.
Ramasethu's ship disappeared. Was it because she was interfering with everyone's memory and people simply thought it?
Still
Whatever.
People, no, do you want to start again for me? So people merely
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, like whether people just thought that it had been there for longer or a different period of time than it was, whether she had made it, she'd been able to leave without people being able to perceive till after the fact. I don't know. But
And
I don't
he
know if
shrugs and
there's
goes,
a lot of
was it
possibilities.
damaged? Was her ship in...
Extensively.
Then I imagine making people remember whatever she desires would be quite a nice defense against such... He kind of... He waves vaguely. Why not have people remember it broken as you repair it? And he shrugs.
Sure, we can't take anything we perceived around her for granted. So, was the ship ever even there? At least in the capacity we saw it? Maybe not.
So you've met two bone sages.
Yeah, sure, who's counting?
I mean, you've technically met more. Like, because you met Tectalanis as well.
When did I meet Tectalanis? Oh, yeah.
I'll just say it's a strong word.
After the ship blew up, sorry, Absalom, I should say, blew up, you were on the bridge of his ship as they were fighting off the big city ship thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's right,
Yeah.
aye.
Yep. And he teleported you to that ship, yeah.
familiar.
and then sent you back. And you were like, oh,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
misremembering it, but yeah, I have met. Yeah.
Yep. The guy crossed arms
I
over his.
retconned my 2 comment.
That's okay. Like, I mean, your comment doesn't like mislead him in any way. It's just like, sure, let's say that is a good enough Lyco answer to that. Yeah. And
Yeah, I'd forgotten the teleport. Right, so that is suddenly all making a lot more sense in Lyco's mind. So okay, like he's the one that does that.
Yeah.
I can't rule out the possibility that. Yeah.
Now, something else I want to point out though. You were teleported instantaneously from the bridge of the 11th hour to Sindile in that battle as soon as you dropped in. Now, you obviously assumed that was Sindile initially. What if it wasn't?
Yeah.
Wasn't that initially why we actually done the weird maneuver? Or was it next maneuver at that point? I can't remember.
Yeah, that was.
We were done next at that
next
point.
At that point.
Is that not why we actually went into Absalom for the next? Because you ended up getting teleported inside
Yeah, I
Absalom?
think that's how it went. Yeah.
Because you were going to just jump straight to Akaton.
Well, that's what that is what like I was sort of thinking. It's like I can actually rule out that there's more coordination between the bone stages than they like us to believe. Sindel has always appeared to be the voice of the pro pact, and Tectalanis be the voice of opposition to pact. But similarly, we would have agreed a few days ago even that Metva Vrelanellis was the voice of not moderation, but at least patience within Viscarium. Whereas now we have to consider the possibility that is actually a ruse and that the divide doesn't really exist as we. Yeah. Something I'm missing. I don't know what it is. We've always been suspicious of you because you tend to pop up in strange
It just
places.
laughs.
I can't imagine what your end game would be.
What makes you think I've got an end game? And he just laughs and he says, just a simple guy trying to make my way in a horrible solar system.
Don't take you for a sit down and sip spin alone type of guy.
He goes, sometimes you just have to seek out the best company, am I right?
So, where do the dragons come into this?
And then he goes, money.
Yeah, that makes sense. But
They have a lot of money.
Dragons do like the money, I hear.
He goes, it's just they've been around a lot longer than most people. And for some reason, when all you people, and he waves vaguely at both of you, were a lot simpler. Used to think they really wanted gold for some reason. And they were like, well, it'll be useful one day. So, he shrugs. I don't think they were that fussed, to be honest, but they liked getting things, so. As if he's like musing over stuff that, he finds funny from historical fact.
we know that there is a bit of an issue between one particular dragon and Drow.
He laughs and goes, "Ah, yes, the black sheep of the family."
Yeah, one that you're quite familiar with.
He kind of looks at it and goes, "Am I?"
Lyco spends a few seconds trying to work out if that happened anyway. That's a good question.
And he goes, "Himani and my relationship was purely professional.
Yeah.
I mean, so is ours. That doesn't mean you don't know. Probably too much.
Okay, Alex, say you good talk. And then looks at Lyko and goes, there seems to be a lot of people that benefit from this situation. Not many of them are Pact Worlders. Unless you count the Oxians as Pact Worlders. Still. And I'm just wondering why the Starstone is on my old home.
You're from Oxford? Did I know that?
I think if you remember what the captain clearly remembers about him being a Breerveth, yes, it seemed like long ago in Octurne they were worshipped as gods.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm not going to retcon that, like, after a second.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, your kind of history there. I can't say I know much about you, but
Okay, like, he shrugs and goes, long ago. Ancient history now. Didn't get a lot of gold though.
yeah. It's gone.
It's
And
kind of useless.
Yeah, some circuits and stuff used.
nah.
Arcade.
Edgar looks at between the two of you and then pinches the bridge of his nose and goes, so, why would the dragons offer to build Absalom?
That's a good question. Aside from the influence it would give them?
They weren't lacking before. It just wasn't official.
Aspis wasn't lacking money. It's still going to take new contracts.
Alaska's businesses and dragon agendas are very often at odds with each other. But the ideas of the dragons wanting restrictions on the authority they have is curious. You want something done in the system, you'd go see a dragon.
Unless it's their own internal politics. They're trying to use this maneuvering to force some of their own into a position which might oblige them in some way. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Hermione isn't exactly in favour with them. What if this is a punishment? He laughs and goes, I'm not here to fathom the mind of a dragon. But they are paying for the second Absalom. I do believe it is under the stipulation they get a voice within the council. Curious, because they weren't exactly underrepresented before. And as I said, if you have the money, you could get anything done.
Perhaps they see a door open in the current turmoil.
And he kind of like nods and kind of scratches his head and goes, where would it go?
I mean, they're always considered strong, but they're never the primary target for the Vesk. Maybe they want to change that thought.
Okay, just nods vaguely like he's trying to piece it together.
The more I think about this, the more suspicious I get of everyone, to be honest with you. It's difficult to...
Maybe these would all benefit for Veskro.
He laughs. He goes, you know what? I'd try it for a week. He just laughs.
I don't think it'd suit me, Captain.
That's just such a great line. I don't think it would suit me, Captain. It's nice.
Doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Oh dear, so good. Yeah. And then Edgar says, okay, so dragons are building Absalom to get more influence in the system. But there might not be a system to influence if there is a Vesk Eoxian packed world war.
That seems about right. Yeah.
Who has the match and who has the fuse, though? Because it seems like perhaps this match is this bioweapon, if we're using the phrase.
In that case, it depends on what the purpose of shipment was. If it was a real shipment intended to make its way to Vesks or whatever, the or to Vesk vessel, then the intervention is taken largely out of their hands. Did they end up with any?
They had the crew, remember?
Yeah, they had the crew, but they
Well,
dropped the crew
Matva
off.
took the crew.
Yeah.
And then obviously dropped the crew off. Doesn't mean to say they
So that
didn't
would
do
only
anything
leave-
on the journey, though.
Yeah. Well, still, yeah.
And they gave the case, remember?
He did give the case.
To store it all. Which again, is and isn't suspicious. You could 3D print something to suit it if need be, but it was just convenient they had something. So
I
it
think
isn't.
it's really interesting because it's like they could have done something during the journey, and I haven't been able to speak to those people personally.
Nope.
They had time with people infected, potentially infected. Not sure they were all 100% confirmed.
He does that thing where like he wraps his knuckles on the table and points at it and goes, so there's your testing.
Yeah.
They even got time alone with the subjects. Wonder how long it took them to get them back to a packed hospital.
I think we've got that data somewhere.
You could probably just pull it up. It was probably
And I do. I start searching.
the most. It was probably like the most realistic. So probably 4 days, which seems gentle on the engines that Matva would have access to. Like Zora could immediately look at that and go, "That ship could have made it there in less." If
4 days.
it pushed the engines, it could probably get there in like 6 hours.
They either detoured or they took it slow. Well, your former / current boss is definitely somehow. Saying that to the captain, by the way.
Yeah, I got
That's
that.
your button.
Yeah, it's valid for
Yeah.
both. Yeah.
I started drumming my fingers on the table for a bit, probably. Like,
I think as you say that, right? Yeah, I was gonna say as you say that to Zora, and Edgar looks up and realizes you're talking to Zora. He goes, "What about your former boss?" And then you,
yeah, the stewards, they have quite a lot of it, actually.
I mean, you didn't keep it.
I didn't particularly want to, and also don't know that they would have allowed us to.
So you told them you had it.
Of course.
He just looks at Zora. Why would you let him do that?
I mean, duty.
We
These
weren't
things.
intending to use it, and we had accepted the job.
Alex, what job?
To investigate the ship which had
He leans back and goes,
fallen
"Whoa,
foul of the
so somebody hired you to investigate this mystery?
Yes.
Just so happens to be a crew that has an undead and a Vesk? No offense." If he says that
Yeah.
to Zora, and then just smiles.
We know We did consider this, and there were some extremely strange events on board that may or may not have involved the Greys.
You're the perfect test group.
We did think that. But as far as we could see, everything checked out with. I think he actually doesn't say anything for a second.
Yeah.
We do have a vestigial loyalty to the stewards.
Yeah, because remember how weird Shakos and all that situation was as well.
Yeah.
So like there is a lot of conflicting.
That well.
Like
He
there
remembers that
there's a lot.
particularly well.
Edgar's just sitting back like, huh? Because obviously that's a lot more pieces to the puzzle.
I want to checkpoint this. Lyko is convinced that Shakos was lying to him about something, right? He just couldn't figure out what he was even supposed to not be knowing. Like he just knew her story did not make sense.
Yeah, she was weird.
Zora felt the same.
And yeah, her behavior was a little off as well. Like, so, but yeah, it would be like after a minute, not a minute, a few seconds.
Yeah.
A beat.
That mystery I do not understand. Like there's a lot of things that pointed in different directions.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. Everyone is a suspect.
Yeah.
Which is the problem because Lyko is an intensely paranoid person. What do you know about Babak?
And he kind of scratches his cheek a bit and goes, I don't know, guy's clean, why? Or at least it was last time I had access to any kind of information.
Yeah, he's too clean. No one's that clean. Possible. I'm not that clean. I stood out for my service and I was not that clean.
You also weren't commander though. No offense.
No, but everyone is commander, for a long time in their career they were other things too. They don't always start from the bottom, but they always start somewhere.
No, you buy enough bananas, you buy a clean one, And he shrugs as if it doesn't seem to faze him.
His ID was in the ship.
Oh. Clearly in it. And he just like Edgar 180s. Instantly.
Yeah.
Right? Instantly 180s. He goes, is he the one that gave you the job?
Yep.
He just looks down at the table and shakes his head and goes, your old boss gave you a job that coincides with your old boss.
It's not the only job he's given me that involves his other boss as well. That's inelegantly phrased. The only the job he's given us that involves, given me. I was previously asked indirectly to spy on Demogash, but unfortunately events transpired that took me off planet on short notice, and I wasn't able to put that into effect. But I did get the impression.
You gotta just shrugs it. That just seems like due diligence.
Yeah.
On Babak's part.
I did get the impression he wouldn't be too sorry if I did something more than just watch the guy.
Oh. That's not so squeaky.
No. But the stewards have. I'm not the first outside force that they've worked with. There are bounty hunters, there are all sorts of shady characters. I've been known to cross to the other side of the law, and they have been known to allow me to do so when it benefits.
So you're his dirty secret.
One of.
Interesting. Looks as Zora. Ain't so squeaky if this is his dirt. He just keeps it on him, not on himself.
It's true.
Babak is not. He's not the kind of guy that would be willing to actually allow one of his own men to do some of the things that I've demonstrated the willingness to do.
Yeah, like survive a strange ship full of strange bioweapons designed not to hurt you.
Look.
Huh.
That was a concern.
Oh, if you didn't know. Because how, if it makes undead, out of everybody but Vesk, and he points to Zora, what if you were the control group?
Yeah, it had occurred to me.
Huh.
There's more.
it
We're on the path.
just laughs, like, huh.
Oh, there's always more. If we're considering the steward angle, one of the officers aboard the ship. Well, there are several really interesting things that happened there. One of them appeared to have suicide, perhaps due to the infection, perhaps due to mental influence.
Oh yeah, the
reports-
Greys.
But that's apparently that checks out with security procedures. But the thing that was particularly strange was that one of the officers was isolated in a containment room / holding cell, which was ridiculously difficult to breach and contained no cameras. She apparently isolated herself as soon as the vest came on board without waiting to figure out if they were under attack.
Hmm. How
don't
close
know.
to Babak was this officer?
Close to Babak, loyal to him, I would say.
Huh.
More to the point, her behavior was out of character. She is usually striven to be like a flawless steward.
Squeaky, I get you.
Flawless steward does not run and hide themselves in a security cell that can't be breached while their ship is under attack.
He goes, hey, if I was attacked on a routine, and he goes, whatever mission this was, because he clearly knows it was like a fucking bullshit mission, right? He just doesn't know what it officially was called. He goes, no, routine whatever mission, by the stewards, and Vesk burst on board with a bioweapon, and then Greys were on board, and then there was a bit of a party. I'd maybe sit that out in the supply closet, you know?
Sure, but that doesn't seem to be the order of events.
Hmm.
Now, according to her, she hid when and what data I've been able to find backs this up. The vest came on board. The vest came on board to remedy the situation that was unfolding with the bioweapon. Bioweapon was taken from potential smugglers, probably associated with, gestures to Edgar.
And he looks at himself and just shrugs and goes, did they know they wouldn't be infected? Is that why they interfered? Or interfere is the wrong word, but you know what I mean? Like, involved themselves.
Probably. But, again, they collect the bioweapon. Vesk intervene. She hides as soon as the Vesk come on board. Despite no action.
Huh.
And then the Greys appear.
So, were the Greys just cosmic coincidence then?
I think if you've dealt with them before, they probably know more about your company than you'd like them to, because, well, they can go invisible, make you forget things, make you fall asleep, walk through walls.
He goes, how do I know I'm not a Grey right now?
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it's the other ones. The lizard ones, not you, Captain. The other ones. The other.
And he kind of just like laughs at that and goes, okay. Nobody's going to work out the Grey's motivations.
No.
Never mind us three conspiracy theorists. But maybe they got involved because it was interesting.
They would have been one of the parties that had a good chance of knowing what it was that they were looking at.
I wonder if they do know what it is. And he starts like thinking about that, and then he shakes his head and goes, that's arguably a dead end. No offense. And then
Probably.
yeah, he says,
I don't think the Greys are the instigators in either case.
so is it Stewards or Vesk? Because what a great excuse to get rid of the Vesk from the Pact Worlds.
It has to be the Vesk to some extent, though.
And he's like thinking, he goes, what would happen? Vesk get blamed for a bioweapon. Aspis can probably take the hit on their PR. And
Whoever has this weapon, its end result seems to be reigniting the war.
But would this play Matva or Demogesh? He's like looking at Zora for that.
Easily be both. But if Matva seemed to intervene to assist, then the inclination wouldn't be to blame her.
No, because she did her due diligence in delivering these weary infected.
And she wasn't to know that her men were immune when she boarded.
Correct. Interesting. Huh.
There could be some sort of coordination between factions within the Viscarium who are not eager to reignite the war, at least for the time being, and
Anyone allied against Demogesh, ideally, would be part of that movement, I can imagine. He's saying half to himself, half to use.
And according to Malva, she's on that bandwagon, but...
She always has been. She would rather have, top slot.
but we can't take anyone for granted.
Still taking
Here's the question, though.
with a grain of salt.
I've been thinking about this for some time. The individual. In fact, let me ask you before I even start going into the details of that specific person. I mentioned steward officer, quite loyal to Babak. If you are having, you're going to have someone on board that ship, and you had some knowledge of what was going to happen. What would your designated survivor look like?
Victim. Lucky victim.
I mean, you want someone who isn't Vesk. Firstly, because where the hell are you going to find a Vesk steward officer? I don't think there are any at the moment. Secondly, you want someone who wouldn't be immune, because if you sent one person who was immune and they immediately went about isolating themselves so they could do God knows what in secret, that would be incredibly suspicious. Or even if they didn't isolate themselves, one person being immune, whatever.
He nods.
You want someone who is potentially vulnerable. You also want someone who can perhaps take a hit in terms of the reputation. Because if I've noticed how strange it was that she fled and hid, anyone else within the structure who didn't know what was being planned would also notice that and be concerned, unless she was insulated and that information was top secret and only reached people who were in it. So you're planning this. You know what the weapon does. You know what you want to achieve with it. You want, say, the Vesk to come along and happen to find it, and you want one person to survive it. What are the attributes you look for in that person?
He kind of just starts nodding and goes, her erratic behaviour in fact plays into her disavowment from involvement, if you will. And if she gets infected, so what, right? Ultimately, if she's expendable already.
And she probably would be viewed about that if you if you're someone who's willing to expose your own men to this. You choose someone that you viewed as expendable.
Do we know if this Babak and Matva are they allied in any way?
Captain, I have no information on that, but
Use both do.
Do we?
Who was on board the calm before the storm?
Oh shit, yes, that was one. So that didn't necessarily. Yeah, no, you're right.
I took that as just a
Completely
debrief.
forgot
So.
It's okay, it's why I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Right. This has been a long game.
I know. And that wasn't even that long ago. Those parts.
She's definitely had contact with. At least I mean, the obvious excuse, to play devil's advocate for a second, is that she had returned his men unharmed after a disaster. She has a legitimate reason to be there. But
Handy
there
that.
definitely has been contact.
Why was she where the ship was? In the first place. Unless
Did
this.
we know that?
No, specifically, but you did know that the Kivalaria was on a surveillance mission for
Yeah, it was espionage.
It was basically like spying on Demogesh, though, right?
Yeah.
And then just so happens that, you know, head of the Obsidian Star, the Vesk secret police, were nearby to lend assistance. So it's almost like the secret police were spying on the secret police of the police.
Yeah. Police. Who polices the police?
The Vesk Coast Guard, yeah.
So there are a number of possible explanations for why the Valinellis was my lord was
I know.
in the area, and why she might just become involved with the ship. If it was completely innocent, which I don't likely, regardless, let's imagine it is.
You gotta have
If
to
it were-
respect she did it in such a Vesk way as well. 'Cause you said she did it, right? It wasn't just somebody working for her. He laughs.
Well, she has been directly involved.
I think it's such a goddamn Vesk thing. He looks off to the side, half impressed, half annoyed, right?
If she were monitoring Demogesh, she would have noticed a steward vessel also monitoring. That could be entirely happenstance.
Let's play this out then. Stewards aligned with Obsidian Star to push out Demogesh. That weakens Tectolanis. All that's good for the Pact Worlds. Stewards plus Obsidian Star versus Tectolanis. Tricky, but maybe winnable. Maybe. Also, versus Demogesh. Winnable without Tectolanis. Could see that. Regardless, Madfa wanting Demogesh weakened in any way. Tectolanis regardless. Could believe that. Demogesh doesn't benefit from any of this other than a war that he could start any way, any when. This is unnecessarily complicated for him. He just has to declare war, and there would be one. That is his job. And he just laughs. He goes, so unless Demogesh decided to get a lot more convoluted in his elder years as War Master, then he shrugs. You don't earn the title the Grave Epoch Annihilator for taking a lot of detours and using a lot of patsies. I imagine
You're right.
blood doesn't quite wash off his hands like it used to.
So let's assume he's not pretty far down the suspect list.
Cannot. I wouldn't bet money on Demogesh being behind a bioweapon. That doesn't seem... And he looks at you, Zor, as if, you know what I'm talking about. You know.
Cap did say as
I
much.
would not. I mean, I wouldn't bet either, really. It's too...
I mean, given what you've told me so far, you could just go ask him. Why would he not trust you now, if you've signed back up? Hector laughs and goes, unless that's some kind of master plan.
I've
Okay.
not particularly proven myself to him yet, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's suspicious of me.
You have trials, tests, test runs? probations, and he's just kind of laughing to himself at the concept.
Captain's a PR coup. He's not expected to do much.
Hey, let's not sell him short. He could do us a lot of good. And he looks at you. And he's like, I feel like you could answer a lot of these questions just by asking. The top
Probably
dog.
true. It would also give us yet another reason to head it that way.
Well, that was the plan.
He just grins and goes, "Wonderful. So you take us to Triaxis. You go talk to your boss. I go talk to my boss. If you want, you could phone your boss." He just looks to you like,
Go spare one of the bombs.
he goes,
Take to my boss as well.
he laughs and he goes, "I don't think my bomb would hurt your boss the way it will hurt mine." And he laughs.
Okay. It's one of
That's
those
what I was asking.
different bombs.
Yeah. I'm not saying.
Target weapon.
Yes. And he kind of like leans back and goes, "That sounds bad given what we've spoke about." He puts his hands up innocently. Since you've just been talking about bioweapons and targeting species, and and he's like,
It's specifically targeted to harm whatever the hell she is.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be a normal bomb. We've kind of tried a bomb against her before.
Well, we didn't try a bomb. I mean, Alice blew
tried
her
a
up.
bomb. Alice tried the equivalent of a bomb.
"Oh, yeah. So about that." And he kind of like gestures to like the 3 empty yogurt pots. The supply run. These were on Alice's shelf, so I'm eager to replace them.
Oh no.
She's really not that scary.
Oh,
But yes.
okay. Whew. Nods.
Would kind of like
It's
kick
potentially
Lyko in the
dangerous.
shin when he says he's not that scary.
She hasn't quite fully grasped social norms yet. But why don't we have her accompany Zig down in the run? We'll keep her from getting bored. And also potentially keep him from getting abducted.
That's your call, Captain. I'm not the captain.
I mean,
I just have guest privileges.
Alice does what Alice do.
She likes Zig. I mean, who doesn't like Zig? But
I think Azora was going to go talk to Bob, right?
Yeah. I'll
okay. If you well, I will
might
not.
as well.
Lyko will not argue with that because Lyko is a loyal little soldier.
Stuff that I will probably brain speak to Weird right now and be
Okay,
like, gotta go on a supply run, Weird, if you need it.
Never wait for Alex to unmute.
More North Space Chambers?
No space. Never mind how much you need.
How many can you get?
I'll see what I can afford.
That many.
Okay. No space chambers, I would say it loud. Right.
Edgar just looks confusedly at Lyko.
They're doing a thing. It's fine. It's a little annoying, but it's fine.
Like he's feeling left to it.
Yeah? Yeah, he is. And when?
Inlet!
I am from here. Don't mock my people.
Inlet. I just love it. It's good.
I'm sort of wondering, trying to think how to phrase this. Okay, so there are other parties that are involved that I don't think are anywhere near as likely to be a factor in this, but we might as well go through them while we're all here. There have been some interesting situations with the Drow recently. I'm sure you have been at least somewhat aware of that.
He just like scratches at his neck and like rubs his neck a little.
Yeah.
Absent-mindedly. Yeah.
None at all.
The drow seem to be involved some way. Vincent Drax. Certainly, they have bad blood with, well, Manny, or at least their leadership does. He probably has a problem with most of them. Is there any reason for them to be involved with this bioweapon? With
Edgar just
Ox-
exhales loudly as if now we're like thinking. He's like, I don't know. That just seems like a wild card.
It does, yeah.
Is there anything that directly ties the drow to any of this mess? Your bioweapon?
I'll get to directly in a second. Indirectly, you probably remember events with the Drow Queen a little differently than we do. Since you're somewhat familiar with Zig, being outside of just a standard contractee
He
relationship,
laughs.
you probably realize that he has some abilities that most don't.
And he laughs and he goes, you could say that, and it does a massive montage instantaneously of, you know, them two running through dark, sweaty corridors as he's feeding off the light source that is Zig, and he shoots rainbow blasts at giant fucking Vault Guardians hunting them down. And then he clicks back to the moment and goes, somewhat familiar, yeah.
He is a powerful mystic, trained on the sun, and he is also. I don't think he can do it intentionally, but he somehow keeps on getting wrapped up in time travel events.
Yeah.
Series of which have led to events that happened with the Drow not quite happening as they once did. I spoke to Ramasethu to ask her to fix our memories, since we had well, for those directly involved in these events, it was pretty messy. Anyway, we have two sort of conflicting sensitive memories about a lot of things.
I think Edgar just like, as if an epiphany hits him, right? Like his face reacts and he goes, huh. How far back they went?
I'm really not sure. At least a year.
He looks between the two and he goes, when I met him, I was trying to get you, and he points to you, Zora. And I was in need. But he told me he was, let's say about a year had passed from where he had been taken. Why? He shrugs. I don't know. I just tried to get you. I dealt with him. Didn't complain. He helped me out. He kind of like does a thing where he like puts his hand over like where his heart would be. He goes, I have a lot of feelings for the little guy. You're saying that he went back in time whenever his memories got messed up? He just looks at like he's like dead
the
seriously.
Captain was dragged back with him along with was it Weird or Nix at the time?
Yeah, I went back with him.
It was a Nix, I
again.
want to say, right?
Yeah, I think it was.
Because Weird happened in the castle, right?
Yeah.
Castrovel.
Mm.
After that. Not long after
Oh,
that, but yeah. So it was Nix
How long-
5.
See, when we first went back in time.
That would have been like a year, give or take, because remember you used to do a year skip to catch back up with Zig?
Yeah, but did we not like travel back into like his graduation day? How long was that?
His graduation day happened, and then he was sent off into the world to go do his pilgrimage, which he was on when you guys picked him up again. Because
so
he went off to
years in.
basically he was at the Solar Monastery. He went off into the world and met you guys. He went back, and that was part of his pilgrimage. He goes back to graduate and say, "Look at the things I've learned about the world after my monastery teachings."
Oh,
And then-
The graduation is
While we
basically
were on
like
the station,
while we were on Baskerville, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right, that's right, I remember now. Right, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was about then. Right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
during the time travel events, there were some interactions with the Drow and the Illibrian. Well, the Illibrian killed the Drow, specifically liquefied her, actually. And we provided a sample to Manny, and he drank it and was somehow able to synthesize.
Son of a bitch. He's just like, as if Edgar's already like skipped ahead a bit, and it's like,
yeah.
So he broke into the vault.
Except now he didn't.
And Edgar goes, huh. That was worth changing, I guess. I wonder if the drow still stole from Hermione then in this.
Probably.
Interesting.
Seems to indicate. Anyway, here's the other interesting thing. During that escapade, we freed the Drow Queen's elder sister, or maybe not elder sister, but senior sister, whatever, her predecessor.
He goes, ah yes, and he clutches his neck again, or rubbing it like,
You've met.
Yes.
She
Briefly.
In my defense, I had no idea what radiation did to them. I've not known that many Drow in my time, and
He shrugs and goes,
been radiated.
It's unpleasant, to say the least. It's actually quite a shame for the ones that end up in Akaton against their wishes. Something I'm not particularly fond of seeing. I have seen people go through hell, shall we say.
Yeah. I heard there were combat arenas. Akaton is a lawless place after.
Huh, yes.
Whatever the case, she remains free, despite the events that led to her freeing having been seemingly erased.
And she's from when? Before Lantaral. Lantaral's been the Drow Queen.
Put it this way, she didn't know about the gap.
And he goes, this brings me back to why I was so shocked about Zig.
Oh?
Time travel. Memory loss. And he kind of like looks at you like as if, well,
Yeah. The gap has been impossible to bridge for anyone who can travel in time, and
you're telling me you've met multiple time travelers and memory manipulators.
that's true.
Convenient, wouldn't you say? So,
I mean,
ignoring
not the word
Zig's
that-
responsibility to any of this is a bit of a stretch at this stage, given current information. I'm not going to rule the little guy out though. What if this was one of these Eoxian Pond Sages? We're saying there's people that can manipulate memories and people that can manipulate time. What if they were trying to fix everything? Go back to when it wasn't so, broken.
That
Edgar's just like, I've solved everything. Type look on his face.
the other two. Is this you know what, I'm just gonna come out with it. The other two had an encounter in an extra-dimensional space with beings who claimed to be parts of Triune, who were apparently piecing back together the missing world Galarian somehow.
Edgar just stands up and just starts laughing. Just stands up and just like walks away from the table, kind of laughs his way over to a cupboard and then pulls out like another yogurt.
None of this is our fault. It's never.
Oh, no, of course not. Put spoon into yogurt and just starts spooning it into his mouth quite quickly, like, well, of course,
Do
it's
everything
not your
I can
fault.
to avoid time travel.
And he laughs. And then he finishes the yogurt and then sits the pot on top of the other pile of 3. And he's like, okay, if we met the god...
Weird and sick.
Any of them on board?
Yep,
Besides Zig, obviously, because he knows Zig's on board.
they're both here.
Okay. Maybe we should speak to them. See if they have other pieces that are missing from this fuck up of a puzzle. He shakes his head side to side. And
Wow.
he nods. He goes, but have you seen how I'm not responsible for most of this? He just grins.
Does seem like you are not a likely suspect for really much of anything.
That's good
Don't
to
know
know.
exactly how much you would do to get back at your boss, but
He laughs and goes, I don't know if it's worth messing with everybody's memories in known space and time. That seems
No.
excessive. Harsh cut to Zig, twitching his ears. Cuts back. Yeah. Do you mind comm? Or just ship comm? Weird? At all? Or he's just...
so BRB wins.
I'll probably send them an actual comm, like a text, you know, like tell them to meet us up. Well, there's a good meeting place.
I mean, you're in the
Meeting
metal.
room.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
in the
just
he's in the meeting room, so
Oh yeah, we'll just go to the meeting room. Like, he's probably in the meeting room. We might as well go there.
okay. Yeah, so I guess we just have everybody walk into the meeting room. And he goes, has Edgar's met weird, right? As
since
weird.
you've got up legs, no.
No, but weird rather than X5. I'm
Oh,
trying to
he's
work out.
met weird, yeah, he's met weird.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember exactly what he did.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly when as well.
The only other place it could have possibly been was Daza. And I don't think he
No,
knew that it goes on, but I don't think he met him today.
No, because I
He's
think
point.
everybody let... He did, yeah, he did. He drove you guys from... with his hover truck, right? When you dropped in your escape pod. And Weird was in the escape pod. Okay, so he has met this version of Weird that hasn't had his legs updated yet, but you were on the way to get them updated.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So at least he's met you in this some form.
At 6 limbs.
Yes. What a weird way to track things. But yes, and then as he's walking into like the meeting room, Edgar goes, "Hey, new legs."
Thank you.
Oh yeah, they look good too. That. So I heard you met God.
2/3.
It just looks like okay, and then looks to Zora.
I would shrug. Like,
So we've been putting everything together, as you know, the boys, and seems like everybody's boss is a suspect.
mhm.
I don't think mine is.
Are you sure?
It's like,
Well,
wait a minute. And he looks over at you, Zora. Ah, no, he is. He's still a suspect. More of a pawn than ultimately to blame, though.
I meant triune, but okay.
Oh. Why did you meet Triune? He just says like, how, why, like it's some kind of like same question.
It's been hypothesized that my phasing through certain components on the ship during launching into drift forces to enter some sort of higher drift dimension.
Oh, a drift star. Those are terrible. We've lost so many ships to those.
A drift star?
Yeah, you know, we're messing with how you drift between dimensional shift, and you star the engine and irregulate the power, and then you end up elsewhere.
Yes. Well, we ended up elsewhere.
And you came back.
Yes.
You happen to see any Aspis employees when you were elsewhere?
I don't suppose you employ a triune?
Not yet.
And no.
He shakes his head and goes, huh. Also, just for your benefit, Colin, we've moved to the meeting room where Weird was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they was mostly asking, how did you meet Tryon? He goes, huh. That seems... Huh.
What?
No, just... I'm surprised, I'm shocked. That's all, given what they've told me.
Why?
And he looks at both of you. Have you not told him? He points to Weird.
I mean, what specifically?
Yeah.
It just-
There's
it
a lot
just-
of things.
He laughs and he goes, well, we've just... And he turns around to you. Weird, and he says, well, we've just kind of worked out that they're probably the test group for this bioweapon that their bosses sent them on.
Okay.
Does seem likely.
And he kind of nods and he goes, and I mean, you're involved. And he gestures to you, all of you.
Unfortunately.
So who's to say you weren't part of the test group too? You know? Hybrid life and all.
Hybrid life.
You know, androids. Cyberized people. Enhanced. Hybrid life. He nods. And looks at you as if, have I offended you? And like,
Entirely flat effect.
yeah, indeed. That's why he's like,
Yeah.
okay, this is why I dealt with Zora. He goes, okay. And he turns around to you guys as if looking for help.
We've anyway, yeah. I'm not really quite sure where to start. We've discussed the events with the timeline and well, obviously the meeting with aspects of Triune came up, but more to the point, weren't we all? We were in the same timeline, but Zig wasn't at that point.
Zig ended up visiting Galerion, where he met with one part of Triune. In the moment that Galerion was destroyed.
Edgar just leans on the hollow table and just pinches the bridge of his nose and closes his eyes because there's no chairs to sit on in this room. So he just leans over the hollow table. Almost like, you know, hangover look to him. Like, what?
At which point he was able to return to us aboard that ship.
Which bit of this are you finding troubling, Edgar?
He just like, as he lifts his head slowly off the table, he goes, Galerion, the lost
Yes.
planet,
Yes.
and you guys found it.
But then we can't get to it again, so you could consider it lost still,
Okay,
if that makes you feel better.
I think it does. Not by much.
But it will be coming back
Do we know when?
when Trion's finished rebuilding it.
Huh. I have questions.
We weren't exaggerating when we says the zombies were normal.
Hmm. I can see why they weren't a big deal to you. Yeah. He kind of just nods, scratching like his chin in the back of his head at the same time. He goes, so... why did you take a delivery job? Is what he says to you, Zora, out of like sheer shock. If you've got all this shit on your plate.
Guy needs to get paid right, and all this
Just shakes his
mess.
Oh god.
That, and I was mostly interested to see what Bob wanted to transport, and it was about as messy as what I thought.
Hey. Invite me on board your ship just to insult me? I don't have to take
I was
us.
expecting a slave, but like,
Aye, we're all slave to somebody. He shrugs his, pats himself down looking for his cigarettes.
close my eyes and nod.
So,
See,
he says to Weird, mostly. So, we're heading to Draxus. Any business there?
Are we going to kill a dragon?
He kind of turns to both of you to like, are we?
I'm here.
we're going to do that at some point, aren't we?
In one timeline, yeah.
I'm not sure how motivated I am for that anymore, but it is on the to-do list.
Why have we got to kill him again?
I mean, I don't think any of it really applies anymore, but there was a concern about him getting his hands on these various cosmic egg things.
Do we know about the radiation egg? We know about the radiation
Yeah.
egg, right? How's that gone, Edgar? I assume you're keeping your eye on it. Seems like up your alley.
He's like, what do you mean?
Never mind.
He just like shakes his head and goes, if there was or wasn't some kind of radiation-based ovoid in someone's care, I couldn't possibly see. Could I?
Of course not.
So, Zig said you didn't know about it. That's weird.
Huh. Why did Zig think we didn't know about it? Did he expect us to have forgotten?
We might not have known about it then when they had the conversation.
Possible.
No, just that I was watching it. And he takes like a draw from his cigarette.
I just assumed.
We weren't aware when we encountered you at Akaton. Fair.
Huh.
You're a shady player in this game, so it seems likely that you'd be involved in one of the existential threats.
It turns out I'm pretty squeaky, as it seems, by comparison to genocide, and genocide. And he points to all of you.
Apparently.
Then why are you watching the egg?
Zig asked. He just like points over his shoulder vaguely at the door into the room.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I owed him one. On account of the fault incident.
And you're resistant to the radiation, correct?
That's a word. I'd say that's a word. It's
More than resistant. Then.
yeah. Like yeah. It can be nourishing if I have it. Need to be. He kind of just nods vaguely at that and goes, yeah. It doesn't hurt. Let's put it that way.
Now, keeping these eggs safe is
Eggs.
evidently important. Oh. Yeah, there are others.
You really need chairs in this room. And I think that's where it ends. Yeah.
Oh, wow. it felt like every fucking conversation was a history test.
Right? Whew. So what are we calling this particular session?
Good question.
Yeah, right?
No, that's the title. Good question. I'm just joking.
I have an idea. But no, it's better to be pithy.
I was just gonna have something similar. Or just the brief, I guess. Just could use some chairs. Hmm. Or something to that effect.
Hmm.
Oh, what have we got here?
Just yeah.
The enemy of my enemy of next stop. IKEA. We need chairs. Yep, I like it.
The enemy of my enemy may or may not be my enemy.
Pointing fingers is good, yeah.
Some of my best friends are enemies.
My best friends.
Also just like enemies? Question mark?
Uh,
Seems sus. Fair. Yep. Who is your boss and what does he do? What about boss battle? Because it feels like that was a lot of a
boss battle.
boss rush. I like the immediate vote there. It's good.
So instant self gratification.
Got represent, don't I? Just make sure. Okay.
Wow, we've got a split here, a freeway split. I'm a deciding vote.
Nah, he's just voting
I'm
for
voting.
himself. Constantly.
I vote for myself. Then we've got a four-way.
Well. We are not the only ones who can play at this game. I don't know what that accent was, and I'm sorry to everyone who had to hear it.
If this is how we play the game now.
He's voting and everything.
What do you mean now? No, that's not true. I have been known to vote for my own and then also vote for other people's, right? And thereby essentially cancelling out my own vote. That's the kind of guy I am.
My actual vote is probably going to go somewhere for one of the boss ones, because I feel like there was a lot of talk about everybody's bosses.
Everybody's boss was to Blade. Probably Trier as well.
It
Somewhere.
was a majestic voice, yeah. New bioweapon, who dis? That is good, to be fair. Oh dear.
Boss battle. There we go. Gear second vote the boss battle.
Oh, that was almost. Yay! We have a winner so far. We'll see what this new one is from bosses, bombs, and bioweapons. Yeah, I'm into it. Would it be bombs, bosses, and bioweapons?
Goodbye.
I don't know if it would be that. If that's better.
My creative juices are not flowing tonight. That's what she said.
I'll give you a Bob's bosses and biowebs.
Yeah.
Sorry, right.
That's okay. I think I'm happy to support this movement as well. Yeah. It's alright. Putting the boss in bioweapons. It's good too.
I like how
yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, that is good too. It's a tough one. Any preference between them at all?
Oof. Meanie. Screw it, we'll just go with that.
Okay, there we go. We'll get putting the boss in bioweapons. Let you fix it.
I just had an idea, but it's fine.
There you go. May as well share it just now.
Right. Since we're doing conspiracy theories and the Greys. Yeah?
I want to believe. I mean, it's alright, yeah. It is alright.
It's not the most appropriate for this session. It might be useful.
But I mean, let's face it. Do you think you've seen the last of the Greys? Nobody remembers. I think I'll keep putting the boss in Bioweapons, because that's pretty. I want to believe bus leave.
No,
Yes.
there is.
Yeah. Okay. I was once told that reminded someone of me. That song, "Putting on the Ritz." And I didn't know how to feel.
It's a good song.
I didn't know how to feel about
Right
that.
now to look like Gary Cooper.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's an odd one, a very odd one. Anyway, yes,
I don't see it personally. I have
me
to
neither.
admit.
But it wasn't exactly insulting. So, goals. Let's have a look at those things we do.
All his goals.
Right, hit me up. What happened? What goals did we complete?
None of the personals, I
I
don't
mean-
think.
Define complete.
There are goals in the concept.
Did we gain any useful MLO info? I feel like we gained info about it, but I don't know if we gained any useful info.
I think we did actually, because we know where her office is now.
You knew that before.
True.
That was
Her
mentioned long
magic
ago.
elevator.
I don't know it was Triaxis. Oh, well, I did that, so I know I just...
No, you've been there before, but you were told in previous episodes. I have said that phrase before.
Have you? Oh.
Yeah. It's okay.
Weird. Did you finish up with the? I remember you were working on it, but did you finish up with the?
Nope, he's got- To get through the whole ship, he'll need to strip a lot of stuff. So he's got a couple of roles coming up, but that, if he focuses on that next week, yeah, there was just a lot of talking this week. That was all with Edgar, and not in a great period of time. Like we didn't do any like 3 hour time skips or anything really. So yeah, there wouldn't be enough time for him to strip away the full safeguard protocols. But a couple of rolls, and then he also wants to rewire it so it reacts to his controls primarily.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Yeah, so
Which doesn't conflict with the captain's stated goal.
no, it doesn't, because it does remove the vest safeguard protocols, but it doesn't say do not replace with weird safeguard protocols.
That's true.
There is
Oh,
nothing safe
right.
in safeguards I'm putting in.
As long as that comes up next week, I'm sure as long as enough time has passed
Yep.
to justify you having the time to strip it, yeah. Just a couple hours work, that's all. I didn't really have a
Safe.
couple hours. Yeah, so that's there. We've not delivered Edgar to Triaxis. We've not spoken to Mogesh yet. We've not removed Sector Lannister to Mogesh's ally. And I don't think we've got any, like, because you haven't had like a eureka moment with Emma, other than you're kind of happy to let Edgar try and blow her up. So
Yeah, I mean that in
Mhm.
itself is huge.
I'm trying to think of anything that came up. Like, you did learn stuff about how a lot of those players interact with each other, but not so much anything you can deliberately go.
Interestingly, this was very comparable to a conversation we had with a certain Miss Furler, or Ms. Furler, I should say. I don't know if she's married or not. So yeah, I think that's quite interesting,
Mhm.
and also probably Zig's fault.
Probably Zig's fault, yes. Probably. I think most things we can come back to Zig being at fault. Edgar basically tried to blame the gap on him briefly there.
I mean, yeah, I've thought of that.
Same with the thing is though, he wasn't like, it was less blaming him and more blaming the fact that you told him Sindel and Ramasethu are time and memory manipulators. So he was like, wow, that, like, where does their power end? So yeah, he's quite concerned about that idea. Okay, so are their goals changing? Because a lot of it seems to be aimed at Triaxis now, but you also do have the assumption that Castroval might be important for some people.
Yeah.
So what is the? Because obviously you could send another. You could send another. Say that again. Sorry.
I think my Electroencephalon one might be taking a sort of back seat for the time being, but I'm not sure what to put in its place.
Keep in mind though, that so as long as they don't reset the link, the mind link, you've got access to Sindel. They have. So you do have a way of contacting him even though he's off ship, as long as he's on this plane of existence. So that's always something to keep in mind, no pun intended.
More of an assumption it would be with some other characters, though, unfortunately.
Yes, sadly. Okay. What's the next priority, guys, as a group? What is the next thing to achieve, besides stripping the ship for the safeguards?
Well, probably while going towards Triaxis, working on more CC stuff. Hopefully, that's what the The null space chambers for, am I right? Is that what that's for?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, well, it's supposed to be.
I don't know if your faith translates in weird or not.
Can't trust a scientist, so.
This is true.
There's a lot of faith in weird. It's just that he also knows who weird is.
So, ultimately, there is going to Cubob to get supplies. Then, are you gonna check in with the clinic in any meaningful way, like physically be there, or leave that?
Clinic?
Did they check? Right, I'm completely blanking. Did you guys check in with Nazpaketic last time?
They did not.
Oh,
Yeah,
I did.
because I did ask you to.
No, they flew down, got Edgar, and came back and was like, "So we found Edgar."
Yeah, I'm just saying. I did ask. I mean, I can't do. I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge.
But you've heard back from the Azure Flare now, right? So you've heard from them, and if you want them to do anything meaningful, you'll need to message them something meaningful to do. That's it. But they were mostly keeping fairly quiet about where they were and why they were doing it, right? For obvious vague reasons, which is interesting because that implies some stuff. So, plan is go get a pile of null space chambers and some booze for Edgar, some replacement yogurts, and then what? Head to Traxxas or deal with Azure Flare? But you get them to meet you in Traxxas, right?
It's probably a good idea. Maybe just meet near Triaxis.
I would
do
also
the
like to go to
rendezvous.
Mercy's.
Technically on the way to Triaxis.
It depends on orbits, and that's why we roll randomly, remember?
It's true. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would be really nice to get some damn conclusive evidence for the whole bioweapon, right?
Agreed.
Because then we would kind of know whether Nobamak and Batfur kind of in it together, Matfa's playing a rain game, Bamak's playing a rain game, yada yada. Like,
Would be good. So, as I said, you'll need Lyko for the versus one because he's the one with the pass, as it were, to get in. He has the credentials to get in.
Why don't we like just message Azure Flare to meet us in versus? We can everybody that needs to do stuff on Azure Flare can do the Azure Flare stuff where Lyko does his thing on versus, and
I'd be down for it.
Yeah.
And we can supply
that
up.
just kind of nips a lot of stuff on the board there, right? And then we could go.
But do we know where Isabel was headed last time? We saw her,
No.
by the way.
I think the last thing you heard her say was she needs to check in with her old boss.
I think it might be worth her god. It might be worth.
But then keep in mind, she is technically, and the captain didn't run this past you, or the admiral I should say didn't run this past you technically, but she's the first officer on the Azure Flare. That was what rank she was assigned.
Well, I'm just security officer, so it's not like I need to know these.
But that was like, it made the most sense to give her like some kind of job that meant Tanaida dealt with her. Because she has a.
Well, that was going to be a job after I had a conversation and well, I know what she was actually going to do because I wasn't too sure about what her actual end goal was really. Like, I don't know why she was even ways other than for the reasons she was ways, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah, that was.
I mean, we know in the meta that she was the with use for sneaky Zig stuff.
Yeah.
Sneaky Zig, the mastermind of it all.
Yeah, sneaky Zig stuff. Probably.
Yup. Oh man, it's so fucking. This is one of my most complicated games. I'm not gonna I cannot wait for us to just see Star Wars. It's gonna be so fucking base. Like
simple.
That guy. You like the best is Wednesday. We don't require a fucking timeline chart for any of our characters.
Honestly, see when you were like, oh yeah, when was that happening? I checked this, like, the tracker, it was like session 60. I'm like, oh, that was only 29 sessions ago. Sure. These things happen. Yeah. Fucking hell. Anyway, this complex clusterfuck of a storyline, though. I think it's starting to make sense to you guys based on the more chats you have, right? Everything's starting to make sense, right? Yeah, perfectly linear storyline. Good, I'm glad. What goals are changing? Because it sounds like you have a plan. Go to versus, get everybody on point on versus, and then disperse from there.
I guess we could move, speak with Dabogesh and move Tech Talaris to the side. We could get.
Because if we're agreed at this point, sorry, if we're agreed at this point that MO is clearly some sort of intermediate factory, right? Whatever faction is responsible for the bioweapon specifically, she has a role in that. She's clearly connected to the corpse fleet. She's, she is clearly a factor in this. If we agree that she's probably not the central factor and is probably like, she's the semi-final boss, right? Maybe
and she has
do need
that
to
correlation
get
of the crystal thing even Edgar brought up.
Yeah, I mean, we did think about that at the time, as I
yeah.
recall.
Yep. You definitely did.
She's probably easier to deal with than either a dragon or a Psycholibrian thingy bobber. As
Right.
powerful as Aspis are, they aren't an empire. Yeah, she seems more manageable. Plus, she's died a few times. She just gets back up. That's the problem. If we can fix that part, easy. And I don't mean that as like any sort of value judgment on her looseness. Like, I'm not saying she's, going around. I'm saying not challenging.
No, but like arguably weird called her quantumly around. So
but yeah, like we've obviously seen her seemingly get successfully blown up by Alice, right? That did seem to have
oh yeah, it
done her
shattered
in.
her, yeah.
Yeah, temporarily, but it did seem to take effect. It wasn't like she was just stuck under a rock going, I'm perfectly fine. And once I
Yeah.
get this rock off, you've got it coming, son. It did seem to work.
Fair.
I think is important because it does seem like she's far from invincible.
Weird watched her have her head and spinal cord ripped out of her body.
Yeah. And the fact that she got back up from that is concerning, but it also indicates it's not that hard to rip her spinal cord. It's keeping it ripped out that's the problem.
But it does imply that not all over is this weird crystal stuff, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the only part that appears to be is the lower legs, so she might not even extend any further than that.
In the diner scene, her arm did seem shattered as
That's
well.
True, yes, it did.
But it didn't look, when you see her arms, they don't look like black crystals, obviously.
But then again, to go back to the comparison that Edgar made, the individuals who were infected didn't look like crystal on the outside either.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, she definitely seems involved in most pies.
And if you have a bomb that destroys pies,
yeah, some kind of pie-consuming bomb. Yes. I mean, he was an arms dealer as well, right? He did work for them, so if anybody's going to know how to take down her, maybe that's why she was eager to get rid of him, right?
I think it's pretty clear that she had some other reason than, oh, I'm not impressed that he got kidnapped. Like, that is not it. There is more to it.
Yeah.
She probably had a hand in that kidnapping. I think that's incredibly likely.
I just love that scene of the captain.
The goblins got one over him.
So good. Anyway, so goals. What have we removed, right? So if we're shelving stuff, let's shelf it. Let's do it now.
Remove Tech Talanis as Damagesi's ally for now, because that's something we can do after versus, right? Because that's something that's probably going to happen. Then I moved Speak to Kivara Crew on versus. Moved that.
You also moved Discover what happened to CC.
I have, because I was going to say, can I move Discover what happened to CC, do it into a general goal and change mine?
Well, what were you removing from the general goal, though?
Probably Speak with Dimigesh on Situation or Nocturne.
See, when you move them, delete what was in the goals so the blank slots are there. So long as you've put it in the ideas pile, I don't mind if you delete it from the general goals while you're talking, because you can easily just copy it back if need be.
Because the idea was Speak Dimigesh on Situation or Nocturne, right? like move that out for now, because that's another thing that would probably come along. We remove Techland, I guess, yada yada. Right, it's probably going to happen similar time at Triaxis. We're not there yet. Just thinking.
I just want to highlight that we do have a, and if you have noticed this in the ideas pile at the bottom. Speak with the Kivalari crews on here 3 times at the bottom.
I mean,
yeah.
sometimes you've got to move that bit.
Yeah. And it's also in the general
goals. It might finally get done since that's what you'd be interested in.
Oh dear.
I've moved Discover what happened to CC, don't you, as a general goal.
Okay.
It's kind of a general goal, kind of. And I've just like changed my mind to discover what the crystal does. You know that crystal that I got off Bob like 10 sessions ago and I've not even looked at yet. It's probably a good idea to look at it, right?
So the Solarian crystal.
Like downtime as well, and like travel time and stuff, right? So I'm thinking it's like maybe a thing that I can actually do myself.
Yeah, you meditate on your lightsaber crystal, yeah. Okay, I would put in Solarian crystal because that makes it very specifically not anything to do with the bioweapon that people might confuse. Yeah. You start meditating on it, it just becomes the bioweapon and consumes you, and you're like, ah, damn.
That just seems like, I guess, a more streamlined goal. Something we can achieve, like, within...
Yeah, something, you know, in media res. It's not really the right phrase, but you get what I mean. Transitional. Right, okay, so we have 4 versions of Speak with the Kivalari crew and versus. So let's delete the 3 that are in the ideas pile, since that is slotted. And anything else to change? So we're keeping safeguards, I assume, because we could probably do that next session. While user orbiting versus, not traveling, but orbiting. Because you don't want to be mid-transit and messing with the ship settings, as we all know. Unless you want to try and drift stutter. It should be interesting.
Not yet.
Yeah. Okay, gain useful MO info. You still seem to be on the path of her. Speak with Kivalari crew. Discover what happened to CC. And deliver Edgar to Triaxis. We've got acquire Void Egg. And Zig has a chance of doing that if he believes the Queen still has access to the vault and all that nonsense. So, and he can deal with that when they're together. And then we've got Speak with Queen, essentially, to sort out business stuff with Weird. So yep, he's going to be a busy boy next week, it seems. And then we've got Uncover how Electroencephalon came to be. Still keeping that, yeah?
Yep.
I think so.
And discover what the Solarian Crystal does. Any other changes to goals?
For me.
Good. In that case, our goals are sorted. And wrap up chat time. Weird. Do you want to start us off?
A bit of a backseat session for me, this one, but it was good to sit and listen to the other guys work through the plot. I kind of enjoyed the different levels that the different characters actually work on, kind of in existence, and the individuals they deal with. Because once we take Weird and Zig out, realizing that the other 2 are involved in politics and factional brain things instead of
metadimensional physics, yeah. Entirely.
Yeah. Utterly outside, and when I enjoyed when Edgar did come and chat, and suddenly, this is a very difficult conversation with a very different tone to it.
It's no longer a conspiracy board, it's a conspiracy globe that was blown up by a god long ago, who knows what. Like, yeah.
2/3 of a god, and just so delightful.
Be careful with conspiracy and globe in the same sentence.
No. What specific points there were? It's difficult when it's so...
Yeah, it was mostly, like, as Colin said, it was a bit of a recap, almost, but it was, the good thing is you've got, for me, trying to filter out meta knowledge for the whole game from Edgar's
Very
point
hard.
of view. Oh yeah. So when you're so like, okay, this, and goes, what's that? Okay, because I don't know that bit, and it was more a case of like how.
A guy like him though that he knows shit, right? That
Mm,
he's letting on and stuff as well. I just
he
thought
actually
that's
did. So he
What's that?
did. I deliberately made him fuck up verbally in that conversation, right? I don't mind pointing this out at the end because it means you'd have to go like paranoid people and pour through the audio. He does say something that lets you know he knows way more about a certain aspect of that conversation than he should, because he says something that he shouldn't be able to say. And I really enjoyed being able to put that in, and nobody questioned it because there was so much going on.
I've just asked him so many questions at this point that I'm not even going to press it anymore. Like, if it doesn't give me a straight up answer, I'm just like, oh well, fuck it. Like, next question. Let's see if we can get an answer to this.
But the good thing is obviously trying to work out where he falls in the timeline and everything, right, as well is tricky, with all the memory bullshit. And it just depends on what him and Zig have agreed to. Thank you, Siren.
During the conversations, I definitely knew he was telling everything, right? I probably
He's got very little to lose at this point, right? He's literally about to walk a bomb into his old boss's office, so he's at that stage of his life, you know? Yeah, and I don't know about you, but if you think of a bomb that can mess with MO, I don't know how pretty it's going to be for him.
It's true.
So yeah, it's an interesting one, that angle of what he's up to. So he was kind of just like, yeah, I'll tell you what I know. You want to tell me what you know? That's why he was like, cards on the table if I had a deck of cards. Because, yeah, he's a very different Edgar compared to who he was before, right? Because before he had probably lofty ideals of, I don't know, maybe even taking over Aspis, but you've kind of told him that's maybe not really a possibility anymore, right? Because there might not really be anything for Aspis to do if everything goes to shit. Because what's a couple of guns going to do against a fucking Bone Sage, right? Never mind the Corpse Fleet. So, aye, he's a kind of bit. By the way, things are looking bleak if everything
There were
falls
a
to
couple
shit.
of comments that he made that were quite weird at the time, but I'm gonna need to go back and listen to this later and try and figure out specifically what it was.
I believe it was in the second half of the game. Just there you go. It was post break.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there was some interesting stuff brought up anyway. Weird. Anything else to add to your wrap up chat that we all spoke over? Sorry.
That's all good.
Good. Zora, do you want to take it from here?
Wow.
It was good fun. It was good to finally get something useful to Edgar without it being sideswapped for once. Yeah.
See, Edgar, stand-up guy.
I mean, the whole Mava situation didn't really surprise me too much. I think actually that was one of my suspicions at one point when we were all talking about on the thing. It's like, it makes sense that they'd be working together, right?
She was pretty high in the Lyco chat, right? Like there was 3 Lycos at her name for a reason. She is in a good position to have done all of this, right?
Yeah.
It's like it would be, even if I was Matva's biggest fan as a player, I'd still find it difficult to like, well, no, that clearly they are capable of this. It would be like the same reason why Zig is on the board, right? Like people who are capable of this and have an agenda related to it, sure.
I didn't really see it as more like, I mean, I guess they were talking about it like Spartan the war effort or whatever, like, but and when we were on the Kivalari anyway, I was seeing it more as like a way to kind of almost all of it Demigesh is using. He's using a bioweapon. What a fucking idiot! Get this guy out of here. Like, it's just a way to like demerit him, deface him.
Exactly. Yeah. And that would work in her favor a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's the way I thought it came.
And that isn't her using it as a weapon of war, right?
She's using it as a stab in the back method almost.
Yeah, political leverage, right?
A false flag, if you will.
Yeah. A red herring. I believe the red was added in afterwards, actually. Anyway, so
yeah, it didn't surprise me at all.
That was good. It was a lot of stuff that came up, and that was Yeah. I think it was quite good because I think it streamlined some of the thinking. Not a lot, because there's still a lot on the on the board. I think it's a very definitely a 5D chess game, but definitely has kind of highlighted maybe a bit more motivations from at least Edgar's viewpoints on everyday, because he's a bit more cynical as well, right? He's willing to make leaps of assumption because he can afford to be wrong in a lot of places, right? Because when you're a Breerwrath, you have a different viewpoint on what's risk versus, say, Squidgy, like a human. So yeah, it's an interesting one from him. Anything else?
Anything else?
Enjoyed your goblin stories between the two of you. That was just funny. That was just glorious. Yeah.
That was fun. I was mainly just that we're learning to as well, when then I realised that we learned actually a lot more than the odds period.
Yeah, you have done a lot. And he's been out of it for a bit. Remember, he was out of it for a year.
I mean, I'd always assumed he was always up to something on Hackathon, right, and not just being static. But I guess
maybe he was. Like, we don't know, really.
Yeah.
None of that actually came up other than he was like, oh yeah, Zig asked me to look after the egg. And you're like, eggs? And he's like, eggs? Yeah.
The oops.
That's fine.
But yeah, that's good. That's all.
Yeah. And Lyco.
Hello. Yeah, so that was a big talky one again. Yeah, we did. It did kind of turn into like a bit of a 3-way conversation there. So I'm sorry about that actually, Alex, because it might have been worth getting you in earlier, but sort of carried away.
I enjoyed being able to sit back and enjoy you guys.
Gibbering. It was fun to just sort of be able to go over it again, because every time like there's something new that you dredge up or something you've forgotten. Because there was so much that we weren't actually able to resolve. Partly because just other shit got in the way. And partly because like there is evidence pointing pretty much every which way. So
never mind agenda.
Yeah. I mean, any interpretation of events basically is plausible. It's interesting. Like it's fun to try and work it out, but it's incredibly frustrating also for that same reason, which is that you don't really have much room to narrow it down. Well, probably not X, but then you're still left. You always come back to the same 3 or 4 people. And they're all very plausible. But it was interesting to get a bit more of Edgar's perspective in these matters. As I say, I enjoyed the fact that it sort of harkened back to her conversation with Isabel. That felt very appropriate.
That was good.
I did get a bit of a... Sorry, what did I say?
Bless you.
Sorry, I had to sneeze out of nowhere there. I hope I muted in time.
You did.
So, yeah, like, I was also... I quite enjoyed the aspect of, like, as you were just saying, like, he comes in from having been someone who was very in the loop. He knew a lot of what was going on. Now he's not so much. We kind of are, because we've been involved in so much bullshit. And that was amusing. I enjoyed that. And also I enjoyed, like, when the conversation with him and Weird was saying, did mess a little bit of, because I had run into the loop, apologise. There was a lovely bit where, like, what was it you said about? It was definitely about Triune, and he just sort of looked at you, and obviously completely clueless as to, like, is this a joke? Is this sarcasm? Is this? And it was just, yeah, that was fun. It was fun.
Yep,
because it's very hard to know. Weird. Even if you do know him well.
Is this Android humor? Am I not getting this? Galarian, Triune, 2/3 of Triune, Zig
like,
again.
He was just sort of looking hopelessly. Not hopelessly. I mean, he may have been looking hopelessly, but that's a different question. He was looking helplessly sort of between us, right? And that was very fun.
I mean, keep in
it
mind
was
as well, like,
kinda nice.
Edgar was of a level in the game that yous were under. And yous
Yeah.
have definitely got to a point in the game where, I wouldn't say yous are even necessarily on par or beyond, but like, you can definitely tell yous have bridged a gap if there was one before,
Yes.
easily.
And obviously, yeah, we might still not be quite in Edgar's status, but like, there were 3 of us this session. There's another one who's done all sorts of time bullshit. Then we've got our allies, and yeah. And he's kind of just himself.
I was gonna say, the party probably could take Edgar. Like, not to like gauge it, but like, what yous have witnessed of Edgar and what, like, you know, yous are now, because yous are pretty high level. And there's a lot of you. I say the party as in the ensemble, right? Like, yeah, yous would be a threat to this guy, because it's just, he is a person. He is one person. He doesn't really seem to have allies other than Zig, and now you guys.
Exactly. Yeah. Like we have probably as individuals not reached his level, and maybe we never will as individuals. But as a party,
yeah,
it definitely feels like we have.
Yeah, he's kind of the Zora coming for a job to you guys now, almost.
It definitely did feel like almost like a bringing him down to earth thing, which is quite fun because yeah, like we would be the ones going to his office in the past.
Oh, Zora was totally relishing in this like whole episode. If he had like a cigarette to flick ash on him, I would.
Oh yeah, back to that time when he was in the office and he flicked the cigarette off your chest. Yeah. And you remember the entire party going, "Oh, is the desk
If I
gonna
thought he
snap?"
had sooner, I would have took that e-cig just to do it. Like,
yeah, a nice callback. Yeah.
But like the more we sort of get deep into this, the less it seems likely like he is one of the big players. So yeah, I think like definitely
He was one of the first NPCs. It's a bit cliche, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't rule it out.
True.
But he definitely feels like he's sort of been brought down to earth a bit, and he's maybe someone we can deal with more as an equal now. I think that's fun.
Yeah,
it's always fun when you get those sort of conversations where characters suddenly are now you're the important people.
That's how I feel a lot of games should go, right? You should never always be on the back foot unless it's some unattainable level that's designed that way. Like, you know, if you're fighting the God King and you guys are just mortals and will never attain godhood, then sure, they should always be unattainable. That should be the biggest threat, etc. But yeah, I think it is quite important. I think to have that kind of, you can look at your character's resources and position and allies now and think, we're actually way better off than we were when we used to work for this guy. And he's way worse off, it seems. Because he used to be the one with loads of resources and giving us the jobs, and now he's like, came to us because he needs you, right? He didn't realise it was you guys he would need, but because obviously he used Bob's services to get the lift. But aye, that's good. I like it when that kind of, like, that sinks in that you guys are a force to be reckoned with in a game, because, you know, these are the main characters, right? That's the point. Who's the players? You don't always feel like you're overshadowed by other people.
Well,
yeah.
There should probably always be someone bigger, but yeah, it's nice to feel like you have moved up in the world.
Yeah. You do have a lot of allies, right? As I said, from the assets page that probably needs updated quite a bit now. Like, since a lot of things have probably shifted in the last 20 or whatever sessions it's been since we updated the assets page. It's pretty big. I mean, you've got a Sindile back. That should probably go on the assets page. And arguably Edgar. Even if it was only on Zig's asset page before. So yeah, that's good. Anything else to add, buddy?
Oh no, I think I've had my moment in the sun.
Indeed.
Very tired.
Fair. Thank you, everybody that watched. Also, yes, except maybe Boneman. He can pull your heart through your knees. This is true. This is very true. Siren Nishandra, thank you again for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you with us. And yeah, goodbye everybody else. And Siren.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.